Dear participants of the forum, a few years ago, during holding yet another forum, we gave it an unofficial name of Padilla Davos. We were proud of our achievements in the organizing such an economic platform. We were happy with the meetings, we were happy with the communications, with our agreements and investment negotiations. At once, everything stopped. We felt that mankind and nowadays and the world economy are still vulnerable and unstable while facing some challenges. And actually, after what has happened, we all have made our conclusions. The most investments are required by the global education, world relations, and gathering and gaining of world resources. The world has felt its inability to deal with the great challenges, and economy is the first field of life which feels the horrible consequences of such global catastrophes. At the same time, the pandemic has given us a chance. We've strengthened ourselves to become stronger. We've learned to be more disciplined, to be more economical, and to treat very logically with all the things. We've learned everything, and now we learn not to make the mistakes. And today, the Ukrainian community, our European and overseas partners, they renew their strength is bit by bit, and they learn to learn the new conditions, because we all understand very well that the world that used to be before December 2019, our life will never be like that again. And today, our honorable meeting is actually a symbol of the fact that we are ready to move forward, because Ukrainian Vinnytsia has a very significant social significance and international value. Our joint purpose is establishment of business contacts, analysis of investment markets, and search for partners and development of economy. This impulse is the basis of the success in the state building. Vinnytsia is one of the most successful regions of Ukraine. Traditionally, Oblast is the leader by the main indices in the agrarian sector. It is here in the agrarian sector we make the concentration of the capital that allows a dynamic increase of the volume of the agricultural production. As a result, we have an active attraction of investments. Modernizing of industrial production over the last 7 years is more than 200 investment projects with a total value of 10 billion hryvnias, which allowed us to create almost 8,000 jobs. I believe that over these 7 years they do deserve your applause. The international conference UkraineInvest Talks and our investment foreign Vinnytsia in the business center of Ukraine gathers together representatives of the diplomatic corps, of the foreign and national enterprises, state activists, representatives of the authorities, and the business leaders of the leading companies of the world and investment funds in order to discuss the issues which are of key importance to the national regional economy. The results of our meeting is going to be the establishment of close economic ties for the search for business partners for further business cooperation. A very bright example of strengthening our international reputation is the fact that two diplomatic institutions function in the territory of Vinnytsia: the General Consulate of the Republic of Poland in Vinnytsia and the Honorable Consulate of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Mikhailo Kunitsky. Let's welcome our guests, our diplomats, with our European. Let's once again welcome our regional guests, and I would like to say a lot of thank you and express great gratitude to thank you for the fact that we have the possibility to meet today to discuss the current economic and business projects, to share the experience, to determine and outline the key vectors for development of the Ukrainian and regional economy. I wish you all strong health, inspiration, and constructive work. Thank you. Dear participants of the forum, now we have a few words about the plan of our work, but before we do that, we do use modern technologies and communication techniques. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to join us in the offline regime, the Minister of Economy of Ukraine, so please let's look at the screen. Mr. Oleg is going to welcome us online. Welcome the participants of the forum. Investments is the priority of the Ukrainian government, and it is the priority of the Ukrainian state. We have unblocked the privatization thanks with the help of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine and the really thorough help and assistance of President Volodymyr Zelensky. Today we hope to have a very large-scale privatization process, and it's a very large object which actually is interested in by
Законопроект, який став вже законом і який в народі називають законом про інвестнянь, тобто про залучення великих інвестицій, вже зараз дає можливість UkraineInvest готувати проекти на десятки мільярдів гривень. Це реальні кроки для того, щоб місцеві громади, держава загалом отримала динамічного розвитку. Бажаю вам плідно опрацювати під час конференції конкретні кейси, набути нові контакти і інвестувати в Україну. Гарного вам проведення заходу.
Thank you. Thank you to the Ministry of the Cabinet of Ministers. And today, so on the agenda of our work, the plenary session will going to be started with the speech of the head of the Vinnytsia Regional State Administration in Oblast Council, Vyachslav Sokolov, and Mayor of Vinnytsia Serhiy Margunov with the welcoming speeches. And then we are going to start our work on the 4 thematic blocks. This time we decided to stop and work not on the different sections and not to make it into blocks, but they're going to be consecutive talks about discussions at which you're going to learn about very bright examples and experience of implementation both at the local and the national levels of both internal and external investments. We are going to learn the positions of the state and public estimates, representatives of the businesses, representatives of international financial organizations, and foreign investors. The first topic is the development of policy of the regions. The second topic is the investors in the region, experience and perspectives, and the third block is the dialogue of the private investor, international financial organizations, and the fourth one is the development of building of industrial parks. In our agenda, we have a coffee break presupposed at 12:30. At 12:30, we are going to have an honorable opening of the consulate of the Latvian Republic, and lunch is going to start at 1:50. And also, because of that, we now, for more fruitful cooperation and meeting, we are going to use certain online and digital resources. We may have certain maybe differences in timing and changes in timing, but we are going to do everything that is in our power to meet the time frame that has been already set. Some speakers are going to join us online and also in an online mode. We can see it by the registration that we have United representatives from the USA, Germany, France, Austria, Monaco, Pakistan, Turkey, Belgium, India, Hungary, Saudi Arabia, Portugal, and even Jordan has joined us online. Let's welcome our participants and our observers at this forum. I do apologize that I've taken a bit of your time. The introductory part is over, and now I would like to give the floor to the head of the Vinnytsia Regional State Administration, Mr. Serhiy Margunov, the head of the Vinnytsia Oblast Council, Vyachslav Sokolov, and Mayor of Vinnytsia, Serhiy Margunov.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Our dignitaries, partners, running of the investment forum is a good sign for Vinnytsia region. It's very important that this year we run it in a new format so that we could organize a constructive dialogue between the authorities and investors of all the levels. And we hope that the new visions that shall be formed as a result of this dialogue will foster new decisions, managerial decisions, and will give rise to more investments, because development of a state and new regions is not possible without new investment. Vinnytsia region is one of the most prospective for development in regions because of a very well-developed agricultural sector. We have good partner relationships between the local authorities and business, and thanks to favorable investment climate and innovative development of economic and civil society. Some key facts about Vinnytsia region. It has a very good favorable condition on the southeast. It borders with Moldova. 1.5 million people live here, with half of them in working age population. The favorable position makes it possible and favorable to trade with Europe and Asia. The border makes as for the transitive coefficient, Vinnytsia region has got the first position in Ukraine. We have got two hybrids of international importance. That's E5A3 and E50. We need to stress that within the presidential program of highways investments, that is highway of presidents, we have within 90 days we have restored and refurbished Kiev Vinnytsia highway. As for the bridge crossover to the Moldavian city of Moldova, we restored the highway, and it will give a possibility to make the shortest way from the Balkans to Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia, as it will shorten the time for joining two couples as to 5 hours. Restoration of Vinnytsia airport from the state budget, it will give us the possibility to launch the Boeings and Aerobus. The capacity of the air terminal will be enlarged to 550 passengers per hour. Considering the newest tendencies of travels from Europe to Asian countries, it will create favorable conditions for Vinnytsia region as the center of aviation transport. Vinnytsia has been running systematic work in order to form the investment attractiveness of the regions, in order to stimulate the development of enterprises and to run better dialogue between local authorities and businesses. We have Ukrainian business associations run several ratings, and as a result of the Euro rating, thanks to questionings of local businesses, Vinnytsia took one of the first 5 places as for the investment efficiency and ease of doing business, and it's a high marks in the result of monitoring for the social economic development, which run by Ministry of Regional Development and Ukraine. So Vinnytsia region took the 3rd place among regions of Ukraine. Talking about the human development, Vinnytsia always has high rate according to the results of their reviews of Institute of Strategic Studies. Vinnytsia is in top 5 of regions of Ukraine as for the number of rendered administrative services through centers for delivery of administrative services. As for the simplicity of delivering the services, Vinnytsia state administration is one of the regional administration of Ukraine, which renders all the administrative services through these centers of delivery of administrative services. Vinnytsia has got the most powerful agricultural complexes of Ukraine. Within the last years, the agriculture of the region has a tendency to enlarge the agricultural goods and to make the agricultural complex to be a high profitable business. Good soils, good prices for the land, and new legislation, competitive salary, and high quality, highly trained staff. These are prerequisites for the economic development of agricultural complex that allowed Vinnytsia to take the first places among agricultural regions of Ukraine. Vinnytsia region has got one of the best place among the regions as for the cropland and black soils. 1.7 million agricultural lands of cropland within the 2 million of agricultural lands, which allows to have the yields of corn 100 tons from hectare. As for GDP and agriculture, as for the meat production, sugar beet, potato fruit product. Vinnytsia is has the first place in Ukraine. Vinnytsia has very powerful facilities of poultry production. The fifth of biogas in Ukraine has been produced in Vinnytsia. The agricultural sector of Vinnytsia has around 51 projects with a total amount of 116 million USD. The agricultural complex employs specially trained staff, and we have all the prerequisites for uniting the powers and possibilities of local authorities and businesses to create the agricultural hub. We can use all the potentials that have been underused during the last years, and we can see the tendency of change of the structure of agricultural production and also new productions like engineering, alternative energy, food and processing industry, mining industry. There have been built warehouses that also stresses the special logistics potential of Vinnytsia region amongst the Ukrainian regions. Those challenges that appeared in the world, that they made it necessary also for us to develop new solutions, to develop new industrial policy that is grounded on reindustrialization and structural modernization and refurbishment. We have the task of diversification of industry, which will support the inter-branch connections and make the economy come onto the next level and create additional value and pay stress on the creative industries. Very big potential we have got in energy production, especially on terms of state and business partnership. We still the best leading places have food and processing industry, engineering industry, that is tools industry, because it helps IT, energy and agriculture production tools, alternative energy production, including using all kinds of biomass and energy efficiency projects, light industry, construction and decorative materials use, pharmaceuticals. Starting from the start of pandemics, our pharmaceutical production has increased the volumes in 2 times. I can't leave aside tourism, green tourism, active rest and creative industry, audiovisual industries, which also have got high potential. Even now, Vinnytsia is very good for IT companies that and for big companies for see the potential in local students. IX System, for example, they opened their office in the city of Vinnytsia, and it's more than 50 IT companies that opened their offices in Ukraine. Our goal is to transform Vinnytsia into new innovational hub of Ukraine. And in the last 2 years, 2019-2020, we have realized an investment project of $16 million. Let me just name several projects that we have realized. So the electrical systems plant was built by the state consent of Ukrainian defense system with Active in order to produce their spare parts for motor vehicles. Almost $12 million with 2,000 people that were employed. So we create products for Mercedes-Benz A-Class, E-Class and S-Class. So the first line of the plant for refrigerated equipment for beverages for the company Tov Green Cult was run. The amount of investment, $19 million US, 500 people were employed. And they have started building new production facilities. In 2019, the first line of biogas Ladizhin was launched with electricity capacity of 12 megawatts, and Vinnytsia Fabrika, that is poultry raising plant, and in the nearest future they plan to run the second line of biogas extraction plant with 12 megawatts capacity. Last year we launched a plant of Daksa Bunga Ukraine from the Daksa and Bunga companies. This company process corn for grain and flour. The amount of investment makes $14 million US. Also, in May this year, we have started to build a plant for winter sports by Vinnytsia. Altogether, the private investors in Vinnytsia has launched 81 long-term investment projects, which within 2 next years there will be $150 million US, which will make it possible to create 600 new working places. Realization of such a policy within the Vinnytsia region shows the great potential and gives the possibility to expand the markets. Last year's the import coverage ratio was 2.47. The balance of export remains positive and makes $821 US. The companies, the Vinnytsia companies, trade with 45 countries of the world. The biggest share is to China and India. The biggest demand of the goods were from food industry and agricultural industry, that is sunflower oil, including corn crops, oil cake and grease. Also, a big share of the goods belongs to the companies which have the share of some international investment, that is parquet planks and cables and wires, insulated wires. Vinnytsia companies have a great demand for highly qualified students, and there are 6 universities which prepare annually 4,000 people, highly qualified specialists. In the region, there is a network of state that is technical colleges and schools that prepare specialists with the professions which have high demand among the plants. Vinnytsia is rich in mineral deposits. That's 10 deposits of torf, granite, kaolite, fluorite. Vinnytsia has a big mineral deposits of primary kaolines, which makes 44% of those located in Ukraine. UKB kaolin combinate produces kaolin and exports it to more than 44 countries of the world. They can be used for production ceramics, glass products. Also, let me tell you about the new investment project, implementation of which will help the economic investment of Ukraine. There is a bridge crossing, which I mentioned, Yampil-Kossuth, because there is plenty of land on the territory of Yampel community, it gives a possibility to create logistics centers and infrastructure for storage. And with the storage and the bridge passing will allow to build customs warehouses, functionalize all state controlling authorities to render services of border police, customs, frontiers on the system of one window. It will increase the volume of international train between Ukraine and Moldova, as well as European countries. Centurion Spa City resort town Khmelnyk, that is the Rodon deposit and vault of Ukraine. General capacities make up to 40 million per day, which makes it possible to cure lots of people. So the main trends for the Centurion Spa City are construction new Centurion Spa Resort, expanding tourist and recreational infrastructure, and construction of new medical center to render diagnostics and consultative centers. Also, we plan to build a center of agricultural innovations on the territory of the Institute of Foodstuffs and Agriculture, Podilov National Academy, on the basis of partnership between state and land. There is a land parcel, 80 hectares, 3 kilometers from the highway. Have got electrical supplies and water supplies. What we plan for to make trial fields here for agricultural technologies for plant growth, cattle breeding, analytical laboratories for quality control in order to analytical laboratory for quality control, construction of temporary and day-to-day expo show facilities. Realization of such projects will allow to implement the scientific results in practice, and will boost the agricultural enterprise on the regional market. Modernization of technologies and raising of the quality of the end product. I think that the potential I have mentioned, it doesn't leave you any doubts that Vinnytsia is very high potentially quality region for investment because of favorable geographical position, developed diversified agricultural sector of economics, huge, highly developed agricultural complex, investment sites to realize further projects, high quality potential staff, proven deposits of mineral resources, exclusive recreational resources. To sum it up, I would like to highlight that Vinnytsia is a region for successful projects and development of business. Regional authorities were open for the dialogue, and we are ready to support investment projects, and will do anything to make the prerequisites and circumstances comfortable. Thank you, Sergei Sergeyevich. Please take your seat.
Thank you for a very detailed speech for the presentation. However, about the fact of what facilitation is provided by a self-governing branch of power, about the fact of what investment projects are being conducted with the help of the deputies, we are going to be told by the head of the Vinnytsia Regional Council, Vyacheslav Sokolovy. Sokolovy, please, the floor is yours. Welcome. I welcome the participants, I welcome the guests of today's forum. However, about the importance of this event, it can be said by the fact that our forum is international, that it's already the 8th forum. Such events are being held annually, regularly, because this is important. It is an important tool, an important platform for for the formation of policy of development of, I think, mostly economic development of the region, which will further allow us to develop the city, the oblast in general, the communities. These are additional jobs. These are additional taxes and go to the local budgets and to the national budget, and everything that we've heard today, these are all the results of a many-year work of self-sacrifice, its search, its analytics, the looking for the new options, and first and foremost, I believe that in this case there is a great achievement, and actually there is a great role is played by the business, and the authorities must and are supposed to and should support everything, starting with the registration of the enterprise, achieving obtaining certain permits, and getting the possibility to give the information and provide the information about the investment platforms. And we can see today's success of the city of Vinnytsia in attraction of investments of both national and foreign partners, and we can say that the industrial park has been formed, and the industrial park that has been formed allows us to very quickly and conveniently to invest, and thus it ensures sustainable and dynamic development. The bodies of local self-government at the local level and the Vinnytsia Regional Council and the deputies of the Vinnytsia Regional Council have a very constructive view and radically about in terms of facilitating and supporting the development of business on our territory. We, this year, on the initiative of the Vinnytsia Regional Council, we've held an Oblast Investment Forum. Today we are going to discuss the issues of the development of business at the International Investment Forum in Vinnytsia. We do understand that one industrial park is not enough for the whole region, and now we have active work is being conducted on the establishment of a few other industrial parks on the territory of the region. We have now very active negotiations and talk with the community, and very active support in this field is a recently adopted and passed law by the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, the law of Ukraine on investments. I would like to assure everyone that for the Vinnytsia region it is very important, and I do understand it myself, and I'm convinced that all the other people understand that it's very important to continue the dynamic, rhythmic and successful development, because this means that this is the welfare of our people, these are new additional jobs, this is the possibility to work here, to develop your own home, that home where we live in, because I wish us all to have a common and joint success, mutual support, mutual assistance, invest in Vinnytsia and obtain extremely high results. May our unity help us in this. Thank you, Vyacheslav Petrovich. One of the results of fruitful and facilitated work is the fact that Ukraine during 2014-2020 has been a leader for 6 times by the according to the results of the rating. Sociological group has been considered to be the most comfortable city in Ukraine. Let's welcome everybody. It's our joint victory, and of course it's very nice to congratulate the person on the day before our Day of the City, which we begin to celebrate today. However, the life continues, Vinnytsia develops, and what are the priorities of Vinnytsia today? What are the key vectors for the development of our city, the development of its economic potential? We are going to hear about from the Vinnytsia city head, Mr. Serhiy Margunov. Good afternoon, dear friends. I don't know what to tell you. Everybody has already said everything, but still, at the same time, taking into consideration the fact that Vinnytsia is the capital of the Podillia region, we really have a lot of things to boast about. First of all, I would like to note that it was starting from, I think, 2014, maybe the most difficult year for Ukraine in general. It's the start of the war with Ukraine and quite a difficult economic situation in the country, including Oblast and maybe the city itself. Our team teams, I mean the team of the Oblast State Administration, the team of the Regional Council, and the team of the Vinnytsia City Council, we were able and are still able to jointly work together on an important result, which is the improvement, the economic potential of the Vinnytsia region and Vinnytsia in particular, the city of Vinnytsia in particular. I've always said that one is not a soldier in the field, and if there is no dialogue between the authorities, the power, and the business, then the development of the territory will not happen and the region development will not happen. If today the authorities do not understand that the business should not get interfered with, that means that the business will not get developed. And that's why I'm sincerely happy that today we do have this dialogue, and that this dialogue has not happened overnight. We really do understand, and we've worked quite seriously and discussed quite seriously. We've determined and outlined important vectors and priorities of the city of Vinnytsia in particular, and we've found common joint points. Then we've worked on some joint results on creating really a very comfortable conditions for living of all the members of the territorial community of the city of Vinnytsia, and of course the amalgamated territorial community starting from 2021. If we speak about, as it's already been said at the beginning, that we have a very favorable location of the city, where the capital is the city of Vinnytsia, and I would like to add just one thing to everything that was said by Serhievich, that it's important. We have two important highways. It's Go Highways and Via Carpathia, which are now being constructed, and they actually pass through the city. And in fact, this will be a link and a connection between the West, with the Western countries and with the Odessa port. The city of Vinnytsia is the center of the region, which is the only region which borders with 7 oblasts and 1 country of Moldova. We don't have any other oblast like that in Ukraine. It's the only Dnieper. It has 7 oblasts surrounding it on the perimeter, on the border. That's why, once again, logistically speaking, this is quite a favorable and appealing feature of the city of Vinnytsia and Vinnytsia Oblast, where we can be a certain bridge, certain link between the west and the east, between the north and the south of the country. So what achievements do we have of all that work, apart from those 6 years of being the most comfortable city for development? I have, first of all, I would like to say that we are quite seriously working on the corresponding rating evaluations in order to get to the top, meaning that in terms of the high investment appeal, we are number 1 in that list. We are quite seriously worked on the rating and transparency of the investment sector, by the results of the International Anti-Corruption System, Transparency International. I believe that this is also a demonstration of a transparency of the activities of the authorities, and not only of the city of Vinnytsia, as I've already said it, but also of the regional level. So that means that that's the region where the investors do want to work, and they really quite open, and they do trust the authorities of the Vinnytsia region. And also, if we speak about the index of the satisfaction with the field of service sector, also we are the leaders in that list as well. What is also important for the investment appeal and actually for the sustainability of the development of the city of Vinnytsia is the obtaining in 2015 of the first in the Eastern Europe certificate of the European Energy Award. We've worked on that certificate. It's not just a paper. This is a number of activities and measures taken in terms of energy efficiency and energy conservation in all the fields of the activity of the city of Vinnytsia. We really worked on that for 5 years on implementation of the corresponding programs and corresponding activities, and in 2015 we've received that certificate, and in 2019 we reconfirmed that certificate, and now we are working on achieving the golden table, the Golden Award of the European Energy Award. This is quite difficult. It's quite an ambitious plan, but I do believe with our joint effort we will be able to do that. If we speak about the labor potential, it has been already said that we have quite a good labor potential, because for any investor, apart from all the other issues related to the administration, the taxes, and maybe certain favors and benefits that can be provided by the local self-government to the potential investments, as well as the state policy on attraction of the investments, it's very important to speak about the labor potential. And the first question that every investor says, so where will I get the workers? We do have the answer to that. We do have the labor potential, and on the map you can see, and we all know that a lot of enterprises take people not only from the city of Vinnytsia but also from the Vinnytsia Region, and they arrive here, and we have quite a lot of labor potential and potential of laborers, and it's important for the authorities to find the communication, establish communication with the higher educational institutions and the potential investors, as well as with other territorial communities, regarding the attraction of professionals and training of professional staffs in order for our investors to be able to really effectively produce their products and to do their business effectively. Apart from students that study 40,000 and 40,500 students that study at the higher educational institutions, we also have people who study in the vocational schools, professional vocational schools of Venice, and in this field we have to work really actively and maybe progressively work with the business in terms of conducting the dual education, and also to train our potential workers at the industries. These are the industries, and we've already have made first steps in this field. And again, today the salary level is quite appealing, especially for foreign investors, from the point of the fact of a relatively, if we compare that to the other countries, then our salary rate is not very high. In terms of innovative economy, it's quite an important issue, because we do value our future generations, because we try to support them, and we try to facilitate the development of the global development goals, which has been approved by the General UN Assembly. That is the transition of our world and shift of our world, which is the agenda of the sustainable development until 2030 in our city. And a mutually beneficial partnership is our key principle that I've already mentioned. And thanks to the mutually beneficial partnership, we have a number of successful products and projects in terms of joining the efforts in order to obtain common important goals. And within the framework of that, the first is the agro-industrial cluster AgriVin that was established in April 2021 within the framework of the centralized cooperation, the city of Vinnytsia and the Vinnytsia Oblast and the city of Dijon and the Burgundy region, France-Comté, with the support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of France. An important issue here is that we were able to join the efforts, and we've made the first steps on creating quite an ambitious agrarian and industrial cluster. In this case, I would like to thank the Vinnytsia Agrarian University, who was the first one to join this process and start to get involved in the process on creation of the Agri-Hub. And the Vinnytsia City Council does support this Agri-Hub, and we've already allocated $1.5 million to create the platform on the Vinnytsia National University. The Institute of Fodor is also participating in this work, and also a number of enterprises that are now demonstrate certain activities and interest in terms of starting the work of the agri-cluster. I would like to say that within the framework of this work, it has already been mentioned that on starting from the 7th to the 9th of September, there was the first regional agri-exhibition, AgriVin, held in Ukraine, and I've already talked to Vladislav Skalsky here today. He has found certain information that the last exhibition of that scale was held in Vinnytsia in 1912. So this means that really holding this exhibition has made a very strong impulse and is active impulse to confirming the positions of Vinnytsia and the Vinnytsia region as the leader and as an agrarian leader in the agrarian region. And it's very pleasing to say that not less than 30 representatives of the Vinnytsia business have presented, the Vinnytsia region have presented their products, their technologies, and their innovations at this exhibition. According to the official data, we had during the exhibition, we had 12,200,000 visitors. These were official visitors, and these were who registered, and additionally there were people who actually visited the exhibition without the registration. I think it's a really good start, and it's a really good beginning for this event. I think that is the investment forum, that's already the 8th investment forum. I think that this exhibition will also be a very good start, which will be which give the impulse to the development of the exhibitory activity and the development of the agrarian sector. What's very important also is the creation in February 2021 the Vinnytsia cluster of machine building and automation. This was the Vinnytsia business on their own initiative. They've made a decision, and actually they created a corresponding cluster, and I really welcome and congratulate this, welcome the creation of this cluster, and we've signed a memorandum with them, a cooperation memorandum, and such enterprise Pro-Mathematica and even from MyTech Plus, Rampis, Tiras, and WinRGs. They work in the field of machine building sector. They actually deal with automation of production in order to create competitive produce and to create new jobs for the best local graduates. And they also facilitate the implementation of smart specialization of the city community and the region. I really like this idea very much, and I really like the emotions and the desire and the ambition of our Vinnytsia entrepreneurs regarding on the work of this cluster, of machine building cluster. And also it has been said that about the IT field and IT sphere. Actually, by all the evaluations and ratings, the city of Vinnytsia occupies the 6th place on activation of the IT sector. We have 2 IT clusters. It's the IT cluster Vinnytsia and IT association Vinnytsia, which both are actually aimed at representing the interest of a large community of IT specialists, and from the point of view of implementing joint educational, social, and other projects. And actually, our task today for an IT specialist to stay in Vinnytsia to work on the territory of the Vinnytsia region. The industrial potential, it's quite a lot. Not less than 200 various industrial plants and factories work in the territory of the city of Vinnytsia. And if we speak about 2022, then the overall volume of the sold goods makes 33.3 billion hryvnias. But if I will now simply mention the most important factories that work starting from the 2000, even earlier, starting from agrana fruit, is the Ukrainian Austrian enterprise, which now sells its products to the world producers of the food products such as Danone. We've already mentioned Berlin. 56 countries in the world buy the products of import the goods of like packet wood and wooden floorboard, and this is one of the largest enterprise in production. The parquet floorboard, the NES group, it's quite an ambitious. It's our Vinnytsia enterprise. It's a local and national investor which use innovative technologies all the time. Today they actively launch their work in the Western Ukraine, in the Eastern Europe, in Western Europe, in Slovakia, Austria, Hungary, and really the only thing we can do is wish them success and all that. The production of parts for Mercedes-Benz, a UBC group. Here I would like to actually mention and note the group, the Ukrainian beer company, which in 2014 was not afraid to come to our, maybe, so to speak, on paper created Vinnytsia Industrial Park, and actually it should be objective. So when Valery Viktorovich Karavit together with Igor Humany were walking on actually a field that was grown with different bushes and grass. And Mr. Humani made a decision to build this enterprise, and now we can be proud of the fact that we have one of the innovative enterprises in Ukraine that produces goods for, which produces refrigerators for food products and for the food industry. We have 5 jobs that have been created, and it's only the first line of the enterprise. And today they work on broadening and expanding their production. Not less than 30 countries in the world, they have their representatives of the UBC group. A Ukrainian Spanish enterprise, Perco, these are pharmaceutical company. We oil not less than 3% of the world market of sunflower oil is occupied and taken by this company. Is the leader of sunflower oil production. The head company has been mentioned many times. Of course, the pandemic has maybe postponed for a year the start of the construction of this enterprise, but it was this year that the enterprise has started its construction and the creation of 1,200 jobs. It will be the largest enterprise of this company in the world in terms of the people employed and also in terms of innovative nature of the production. Also, we can speak about the Russian company, which is quite actively working starting from the 1990s, the VHS company, and many other enterprises that we can only be proud of. Industrial park. Actually, in fact, we have 3 industrial parks, and I would like to say that they do not overlap. We have one municipal industrial park, which has 35 hectares of land, and we also have the industrial park. I think I will take this slide, it's better. The industrial park that which has been created together with the UBC group. This is the machine building, the refrigerator equipment, and also the private industrial part of the head group, which we've already been speaking about on the production of sports equipment for winter sports. Quite an ambitious projects. We've invested only from the city budget. We've invested 800 million hryvnias for the construction of roads and on organizing and setting up the communications, electricity, water supplies, to wastewater management. Also, we'll have some gas supply. We have certain problems now with electricity supply. There are certain legislative norms and collisions, but at the same time, the company of the NES group is working on the project so with respect to the small energy systems to fully provide the industrial park with electricity. And now we work together with the regional state administration and the regional state council on making this project and implementing this project on the territory of 3 industrial parks. The total sum of the investments is not less than 190 million hryvnias. The construction of 25 megawatt of an electricity power plant, and building a line from the Vinnytsia station. And I think that this is quite an ambitious and serious project that will make such an impulse for the further development of many industrial parks in Ukraine. I cannot leave it aside, and it's really worth mentioning, is the innovative technological park Crystal. This is the example of renovating of old enterprises, where this year we've started this ambitious project because actually, in fact, we are going to make a platform here for creating, not only creating jobs, but also a school. It's also, we speak about the possibilities for the young professionals with minimum investments to create jobs for themselves and also to create a corresponding startups. And I think that this is the first municipal innovative technological park. Currently, at the current stage, we've already invested 14.5 million only from the state. And here I would like to thank also the deputy of the Verkhovna Rada Ukraine, Maskim Pakshovsky, for his support of this project. And within the framework of the social economy, got allocated 10 9 million hryvnias, and the State Regional Development Fund has given 4 million, and 9 million is the funds from the city budget. Even though the project is quite ambitious and price is not less than 200 million hryvnias, but I think with our joint efforts we will be quite active and implement this project quite efficiently, and in a few years we will be able to open it and to start our quite serious work here. Airport Vinnytsia. I think that it's not a secret for anyone that the issue of the airport is important not only from the point of view of investment appeal, but also from the point of tourist appeal. And even today we've already shown and demonstrated, starting from 2014, quite good results regarding the development of the airport. We flew to different countries and quite actively in 2017. From the small airports, it was considered to be the best airport because we had the biggest and the largest dynamics of the passenger flow. We flew to Israel, we flew to Poland, there were charter flights to Turkey, quite actively to Egypt, to Montenegro, and we flew to Kiev. We called this plane Vinnytsia route taxi, like Vinnytsia Kiev, we called it in Vinnytsia, but unfortunately the flight line and did not allow us to further develop this network of these routes. And thanks to the fact that, thanks to the joint efforts with the support of the President of Ukraine to preserve the airport of Vinnytsia and to keep the airport of Vinnytsia in the list of the target program of the development of airports until 2023, we really today have already a confirmation for 135 million hryvnias for the start of the implementation of the project of construction of the airport. And next week all the industrial capacities, and I mean the factory will start its construction, the factory that has to work on this flight line. And on my behalf and on its side, the Vinnytsia City Council has taken an obligation to perform the complete reconstruction of an airport itself, meaning the building and the airport station. Before the pandemic, we were the state agency of private partnership and attraction of private partners, but unfortunately the pandemic has introduced its corrections, and this year we've obtained a confirmation from the Ministry of Finance regarding the obtaining a credit in the State Bank for the reconstruction of the airport building. And this year, together with the reconstruction of the flight line, we are going to rebuild and reconstruct the airport building itself. What is the logic? We have to create conditions to be able to get the arrival from 2 flights. This is 452 passengers, and this is quite a strong impulse for the development of Vinnytsia Airport as one of the logistics centers and of the central Ukraine in terms of avia connections. And also we have an ambitious plan creating a logistics center for freight transportation after the possibility of reconstruction of the flight line, and creation by the airport quite of a serious and powerful exhibition center. But these are all ambitious plans for the future, but I believe that step by step we will, the time will come when at this conference, this very conference, we will report about the successful implementation of this ambitious project. To conclude, so far, I don't thank you for your attention, but simply to conclude, I think that really we do have quite a strong potential in Ukraine in general and in our Vinnytsia region in particular. However, it's very important for us to love our land, for us to love our city, for love our region, so that we really treat it nicely and so that we value what everyone produces and does, whatever everyone contributes to the development of the city and the Vinnytsia region and Ukraine in general. I think that only it is in our hands to reach positive results on creating high-quality jobs, comfortable conditions for living of the members of the territorial communities, and not only for the city of Vinnytsia, but also for every territorial community of the Vinnytsia Oblast. And I think that a very hard work, only through hard work, these results can be achieved. I wish you all success, health. Please keep yourselves. Hope that we will pass all the challenges facing connected with pandemics and invest in Vinnytsia. Thank you.
Created report about Vinnytsia city and issues and do's, and let us give the floor to Alexander Petrovich.
The moderator of this block will be the Executive Director of the Office of Attraction and Support of the Investments UkraineInvest, Mr. Serhiy Tsivkach. Please welcome him with your applause. He is holding the discussion. We have certain technical issues, but we are now solving them because now David Arahamia, the People's Deputy of Ukraine, Helena Yanchin, and People's Deputy of Ukraine, Irina Novikar, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine, have to join this discussion online. Now we are thoroughly and actively working on the fact so that this online connection takes place. And now with great pleasure, I invite to our stage and holding the first discussion panel of the extraordinary plenipotentiary ambassador of the Latvian Republic of Ukraine, His Excellency Mr. Yuri Spoikans, and the General Consul of the Republic of Poland in Vinnytsia, Mr. Damian Cherchinsky. Please, Mr. Cherchinsky. The investment policy and the development of the region. Mr. Serhiy, the floor is yours. You have 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Okay, good afternoon. I really welcome everyone at our event, UkraineInvest Vinnytsia. So, of course, I would like to thank the mayor of the city and also the regional state administration, the head of the regional council for their support, for their partnership, and for the fact that this event is possible, and so that today we work in Vinnytsia. And I would like to emphasize that this is the event, the regional event. We have the representatives of Khmelnytska, Kirovohrad, Zhytomyr, and this is about the fact of how do we promote the investment image of the regions of Ukraine, both in Ukraine and in the world. So this is our main purpose. And today we are going to speak about the investment policy and about the development of the regions. Of course, we do understand that the investment themselves, they are being implemented in the regions, but for them to be able to effective and realized effectively, we need to have sustainable, effective, and foreseeable investment policy. And this is formed in the center. This is formed in the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. This is formed in the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. And today, we've attracted the speakers and all the speakers from these institutions so that we start the talks with them. Now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Galina Yanchenko. I hope that she is already available online. Galina Yanchenko, while we are logging her in, it's the People's Deputy of Ukraine. Also, she is the head of a special Verkhovna Rada Ukraine committee on the issues of protecting the rights of the investors. There was a large presentation of their activities. There are also represent branches in Dnipro and in Zakarpattia. Helena has already said that they had 3 important cases that they deal with, investment cases that they are now working on, and which is not less important. Helena is the deputy head of the monitoring Council of UkraineInvest, so the monitoring board. And so that's why I'd like to give the floor to Helena so that she tells us a bit about the special committee that she deals with and she's involved in. What are the perspectives, what is the vision, and what can we expect from them in the nearest future? Is Helena already on? Okay, we have Helena. We welcome. We can see the direct login from the Verkhovna Rada Ukraine colleagues. Good morning. Actually, just some technical issues don't allow me to hear you, but hopefully you do hear me well. And I would like to thank, of course, the colleagues from UkraineInvest for the invitation for organization of this event and to send you the hello from and greetings from the Verkhovna Rada. Now, briefly, I would like to tell you about the efforts which are made by the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, because for us now, for the team of the president, and actually for Volodymyr Zelensky, and actually for the faction of the Servant of the People, it's now very important to work for the people, to work with the people, and to take certain initiatives, but on the other hand, also to timely receive feedback. Okay, for 2 years that we work with, there were a number of legislative initiatives have been taken that should improve the investment climate, maybe for the business. And now we speak about these initiatives. The following should be named, and also it's the decrease of the tax rate and bank rate, and a separate presidential program for cheap loans for the businesses. Also, we speak the launch of the program about the investment nanny project, and currently today you have the possibility at this event to meet with your future nannies, those investors who are going to perform the functions of the secretariat. I would like to once again remind you that both Ukrainian and foreign investors can use this service, who are ready to invest more than 20 million hryvnias into certain sectors of economy and create jobs and ensure respective competitive salaries, which according to the law, these are 15% higher than the average salary in the region. Also, like this week, the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine has passed the law, long expected law on the economic stimuli of the industrial parks. I know that Vinnytsia has great potential in this field. We have at least 2 industrial parks, and now there is also a possibility already to fill up these industrial parks with residents who in the nearest future will be able to get certain subsidies and certain benefits. And also another decision has been some other draft laws have been passed by the Verkhovna Rada, which are aimed at the anti-radar activity, and so there are many initiatives. We as legislators, we do everything that is in our power to change and to create a favorable legislative framework. But for us, it's very important for us to get the feedback of whether these draft laws, do they function? Are they really implemented in the right way and in the proper volume? And are they really working at the local level and in the regions? Does something needs to be changed or corrected? And so that both you and Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine had a bridge for the dialogue. A year ago, within the parliament, there has been a temporary special committee on protecting the rights of the investors had been created. I have the honor to be the head of this committee as one of the authors and initiators of this special institution, which is a continuation of the policy of the president on attraction and support and facilitation of the investment activity. If we speak about the parliamentary committee, we have 2 very important factors in our activity. First one is the consideration of appeals from the investors in terms they face some misunderstandings on inadequate attitudes or reaction of the state. And in this case, we speak about the cases when the state really does have ungrounded interference in the business activity, and also the cases when the state enacts, so the inactivity of the state. So these are maybe some long-lasting cases, maybe things and issues that have lasted for more than 10 years. And so we speak about the instruments and tools of parliamentary control. And the second issue is about the protection of rights of the investors. These are legislative changes. The proposals on the Cabinet of Ministers are normative changes, and also those legislative changes we develop both based on the of some resonance cases that we've already considered, and we try to introduce changes and amend the legislation in such a way so that similar cases do not arise again. And also the legislative changes and amendments, we also initiate them as a result of the talks with the business. These are working visits to the regions and the roundtables and meetings like this one. And so if we speak about about the parliament, as it's some good piece of news that I would like to share with you, is that the deputies who are open for communication, open for the dialogue, and open for the legislative activity. And if we speak about the cabinet of ministers of Ukraine, there you can also find some people like-minded and close-minded people who are open for communication, and also the UkraineInvest, the special governmental structure which was created for attraction and accompaniment of the investments. The only requirement is from you, and what we ask from you is actually to give the feedback and really be ready to cooperate with the representatives of the authorities. For this, I would like to thank for your attention and wish you a good event, and wish Vinnytsia to develop in terms of economically, culturally, and in every possible positive way. And I hope that in the nearest future I will have a chance to visit Vinnytsia region in person and not to join the events online. Thank you very much.
Well, we'll be waiting for the visit. Thank you, Ms. Galina. We'll be waiting for the next speakers to join us. It will join us in a few seconds. Now we have very important guest offline here. And first thing, I would like to appeal to the ambassador of the Republic of Latvia, Mr. Poivans. We know that the consulate has been opened here, and we would like to congratulate you, and that is a symbol of our efficient cooperation. That's a very good symbol for us, and we know that there is a big investment amount between Ukraine and Latvia, and there is a certain one between the US. We have been working with your Mr. Annels, with your Latvian Invest company, and I hope that we also invite Ukrainian investors to Latvia, Latvian to Ukraine, and we have been fruitfully cooperating within the infrastructure of ports as for logistics. And I've got a question to ask you. Can you tell you about investment projects in agrarian production sphere? What projects, what good cases you would like to tell us as a good examples of economic cooperation? Good afternoon, dear friends. I'm very happy to be here to visit Vinnytsia. I would like to tell you a few words about the task that I would set for our honorary consulate. Of course, economy is very important, but as I mentioned, we have very active relations between our countries. And what I tried to be doing is to strengthen our presence in the regions. Ideally, I would say that such a country as Latvia to have honorary consulate in every region. For example, Lithuania, they have 14, and as for Latvia, we have that's the 7 consulates that honorary consulates that we have here, and Latvia is very specific, and each region of Ukraine is very specific. And Ukraine is the second country after Poland that we open our honorary consulates in such a number, and we support the European tendency of Ukraine to join the European Union. And so what I would see as a prospective tasks for our cooperation, that's exchange of experience, that's very important. We have been a member of European Union for 15 years. We do understand each other very well, and I think that our experience could be of use to Vinnytsia region. We have a good example. My very good friend Vladislav Skalski, he has got very close relatives to Riga, and the last time as he was there, so he would go from house to house and how the infrastructure is built, and he told us that that's Latvia that would learn from Vinnytsia. Economics is very important. The amounts of trade have been increased 2 times for the last years, and Ukraine is one of the 20 stable, sustainable partners of Latvia, and that's as you mentioned very exactly. And we have the representative of investment agency, investment and development agency, and we have restored this agency's activity, and Ukraine is right to have it, and we create Ukraine's initiatives in the land market, and Mr. Majulis have been in Vinnytsia several days ago, and we have been thinking about joint projects, and also we have been very interested in contacts with Ukrainian universities, institutes and schools, and we have been building this cooperation. And Vinnytsia students is number 6 within the international students in Latvia, and Vinnytsia is number 6 in international exchanges of students among Latvian students. And we have here and interpret a Latvian, Ukrainian. We have lots of trends and directions that we could cooperate with Vinnytsia region. As the mayor and the head of Vinnytsia regional administration mentioned that a lot, of course, depends on the legislation, but small projects we can make happen within the consulate. So let me thank for being here and for attention. Thank you very much for your speech. You speak Ukrainian perfectly, and I would wish that everybody here in Ukraine would speak such Ukrainian on such a great level. And now I would like to continue our talks with the representatives of the country that has been friends for many years, Poland. During the 30th Economic Forum, we have been talking about Ukraine joining the European territory and about cooperation with Poland, and about very fruitful dialogue with fruitful, and about Eastern European partnerships that have been developing.
Mr. Damian Czerczynski, the Consul General of the Republic of Poland in Vinnytsia. We work with the Republic of Poland quite effectively. Now I looked at the statistics of the last year, and I can see that in 2020 we have maybe legally, with the euro, the largest investors are from the Cyprus, but we saw that the investments that come from Cyprus, they moved out of Ukraine by millions. They were moved out of Ukraine. And at the same time, I looked at Poland. Poland in 2020, during the pandemic, has made $125 million of capital investments in Ukraine. This is the indicator that we work with our partners in terms of the development of the production and really industrial sector. So I have a question to you, Mr. Damian. How does Poland support Polish exporters abroad? Because this is really a very important component of the fact that these have these foundations for the development of joint enterprises between the Ukrainian business and the Polish business. Thank you. The floor is yours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's true that you've said about the forum and the Carpathians. This is a continuation of this forum that has taken for many years in Kryniec. Maybe people have visited this forum, but it's good that you've mentioned, because one of the elements of building of the brand of Poland, which is important for attraction of foreign investments into Poland and also for the Polish investment investors that come to other countries who could get the guarantee, certain stability, certain sustainability and reliability. And as my predecessor has said, that the Polish investments that have come, they're not speculative investments. They come into the country and they stay in the country. That's why the decision about for the Polish investments to come, they are very grounded, well thought through, and all the fors and against are first evaluated and then the decision is made. I'm very happy that when we saw during the when we had the executives of the city and the region, we can see that Poland, between the India and China, among the trading partners of the Vinnytsia region and of Ukraine. So that's why we can see a certain amount of capacity and certain strength of our relations. And there was a question about of how Poland supports the investors and exporters. There is a whole line of institutions that worries about the fact that investors that come, Polish investors that come to other countries, that they have the state support. First of all, this is the Polish Agency for Foreign Investments. This is a governmental institution that is responsible for detecting foreign markets and analyzing foreign markets and providing a recommendation to the Polish investors. The representative of this agency is also in Kyiv, Karakobyce. It's a Polish Foreign Trading Bureau that works here. And also, additionally, we also have our embassies that are all over the world. They are responsible and they have their own economy departments that are responsible for the attraction of the investments from Poland into this country. And really, in the nearest future, the Vinnytsia region will have an opening of a certain investments without a detail. A certain investment, a Ukrainian enterprise has purchased quite expensive equipment in Poland. It is going to be placed here, but it bought it and purchased it at the cost of the Polish state. And it was a loan that is guaranteed by the Polish State Bank, and this loan made it possible for the Ukrainian investors. So part of the risks of the sales abroad was taken by the Polish government. So that's how we support the exporters who sell abroad, but the loan is not received in their own country, but also in Poland in order to promote Polish export. We understand you when we speak about the brand of Poland. The Vinnytsia region is really closely related to the agricultural sector, and Poland and the Polish products, food produce, has its brand that it trusts already in the world, whether it's China or the Arab world. But Polish food products is really perceived very well, and it has the confirmation of its good quality and high quality assurance of the produce. And this is also part of the building of a brand building and brand development of Poland. And it's very pleasing to say that one of the enterprises that functions on the territory of Poland, we speak about Barlinek, it's more than 1,000 people who work in the Barlinek LC. In Zhytomyr Oblast, we have a Tserzanit company, also a powerful plant. It's in Vinnytsia Vinka Food, it's a meat processing plant, and many other smaller plants and enterprises and other different fields of economy. Poland is present here on the territory of Ukraine, and here we also can see huge Polish enterprises like PKO PP, like Polish State Bank. It's a credit bank, which is a branch of that bank. It's one of the largest banks in this territory of Orlen. It's the largest oil processing plant, which is present not only in Poland but also in Lithuania, Czech Republic, and also now it comes into Ukraine. And also, these are the investments that are guaranteed by the Polish state, and they are really much safer, and they come to Ukraine. The question is, what else can be done? Of course, Ukraine is a powerful market a powerful market where you can buy and invest, sell and invest, and of course maybe we can add some sustainability and stability of the legislation, also sustainability and stability of the controlling bodies which ensure the activity and functioning of the foreign enterprises. But in this case, it's very important to have a foreseeability and for the ability to forecast and predictability of the activities. And we are very grateful to the initiatives of the Verkhovna Rada that we've heard about the fact that we have a corresponding medium for the investors. It's important that these changes are effectively implemented and put into action. So that's why these are the questions that we get from the investors from Poland. So that's why I think that I'm convinced that we do have the potential, and we have a foundation on which we can build on and develop the further investment presence of Poland in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech and for such a perfect Ukrainian. Thank you very much. It says it in Polish. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And I would like to add that we as people's deputies, we have been working together with Ms. Helena, with Mr. Arahami, that we are awaiting him to join, that he is the head of the parliamentary fraction of the 7th of the People's Political Party, and he is the head of the committee for investment in order to attract investment in a more efficient way. And I would like to say a few words about regulatory policy as we talk about investment agencies. We have a system of legal drafts that Mrs. Novika, I don't know whether she will be able to join us online. She is responsible for development of this legal project, legal drafts, and everybody can send applications. Please, in process, come to us. We'll explain how to apply. That will be kind of concierge service as a facilitator for Ukrainian and foreign investment. Coming back to the things we have been discussing, we have been talking about European values, European Union, and the history and joint history. There are historical questions of cooperation between Europe and other countries and Ukraine, and I have been thinking, what is history? History is what is happening today and will be influencing tomorrow. And today we are communicating, we are building our history for our children, for our grandchildren, that our children and grandchildren will be in 20, 30 years, will meet and cite our dialects. So, if some years or centuries ago there were wars and social issues, and now it's economies that makes an important integral part of the history, and there are several components that I would like to pay attention. That's green transformation and digitalization. Ukraine shall be ready for implementing when we want to integrate to European Union as to in the sphere of green integration. We would think that before that was a European value. Now our business, for our business, Ukraine is quite a concern. We don't know whether we have enough money, funds for such integration. Let us think together how we should all together within this triangle or square of neighbors, how we could guarantee it. Then another term is transferring from Asia more to closer to European Union, because during the pandemics we haven't seen the negative results as for it. Let us work on partnership programs, and we have already changes that people's deputies are voting for, that the state will finance the state communications that would unblock, that will foster foundation of industrialized parks of Ukraine in order to to have the production of facilities closer to the European Union, to have it in our countries. And you do remember the memorandum of understanding between the European Union and Ukraine as for extractable resources. For 9 years, in 9 years, there will be shortages in cobalt resources for Europe, like 5 times and 19 times for lithium. And even Latvian deposits, they have deposits. We can have joint ventures to produce lithium batteries. It's Latvian, Poland, with Ukrainian joint ventures. And one more joint message: let's improve, build Ukrainian image. We have lots of positive cases, best cases, and our city mayor he several times mentioned potential, but well, what he really referred to, that's concrete, several special foreign companies that are present here, that have been working here in Vinnytsia and Vinnytsia region, and that have been successful, that are present here, that are building here in Vinnytsia region. And that's what we need to show, to demonstrate, in order to build the positive image of Ukraine. Because I know that in Europe, what they know through the mass media, it's war in the East, it's bad economy. But what is more important is how we cooperate, what best cases we have. And let us upload presentation, a short slide, so that it would add to the presidential initiative on support of the investment projects, if we have such a possibility. Oh, thank you. Oh, I beg your pardon, but please stay, Mr. Yunus, 2 more minutes, stay, and we'll sum it up. So, if we have some regulatory part which allows us to attract investment, but together within Ukraine Investment Promotion Office, we have started to work on the program. Now I will switch on and demonstrate you that we named it Make in EU. It's not made in EU, but make. We invite for you to get the opportunity and make, produce in EU. That's a very important thing that I would like to invite you to make together. We have industrialization park, regulatory policy. We need to analyze that. Now with our American partners, Israel partners, German partners, we analyze the numbers. USA, for example, the import from Ukrainian region for 350 billion US dollars. According to the US Center for Analytics, they have potential for 190. And we thought that if we, to our metal industry, if we invite US producers, so in 5-10 years we'll be able to produce in our country up to 190 billion US dollars. It's only one country, and if we mention our closest neighbors, so our regulatory policy has been being developed. We have very good mood and motivation and will from Vinnytsia region, and let's have a competition between regions for investors. Please, 10 seconds for comments, and then we will proceed with the coffee break. Let me wish the best success to Vinnytsia region, as the city mayor already mentioned that Vinnytsia already has been taking leading position in all the ratings, and I hope that the Latvian Republic will be able to use this leading position of Vinnytsia for the future cooperation. One of those initiatives that have been forming some good perspectives of Ukrainian inclusion, that is the ideas of 3 cities, that is Latvia, Balkan countries, but also it shall include Ukraine, that is on the transport connections and infrastructure. Israel shall be responsible for transport. It's this Lubel Triangle, but also political initiative, but also transport and infrastructural ideas and connections. As talking about Vinnytsia region, and we know that here the self-government authority sits, that here they always have been defending and supporting investors. And several words just to add to what have been said by my Polish colleagues. The next summit of three Cs, it will take place in Riga, and now we have been working how to join the initiative. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a session for investment policy and development of regions. Sorry, it was international investment policy and development of regions. Thank you. So let me invite you for the coffee break. Please thank to Mr. Poikins, Ambassador Extraordinary in St. Petersburg, the Republic of Latvia, and Daniel Szczeciński, Consul General of the Republic of Poland.
Experience and perspectives. I do give the floor to the practicing business people who now successfully demonstrate the implementation of our projects in the region. Miroslava Tatamir, the Director of the Agrana Fruit, I will support our guest. Yuria Melchuk, Executive Director of the Plasma Tech Company. Adrian Emil Anet, Director General of Alrom Ukraine LLC. Mikhail Hanchuk, the Executive Director, CEO of the Promathematica Vinnytsia LLC, Head of the Board of the Community of the Vinnytsia Cluster of Machine Building and Automation. Dmitro Sedenko. Dmitro is not an entrepreneur, but this person works in the Ukrainian Swiss Business Association, and he knows very well of how you can protect the investor and how to help the investor. So let's welcome our guest, and for the moderation of the second block, I invite our old friend, a person who the help of whose a lot of investment projects have been implemented in Ukraine is the ex-director of the Office of Attraction of Investments, UkraineInvest, and now is the senior advisor of the International Federation, Mr. Daniel Bilak. Thank you very much, Ivan. Dear colleagues, for me it's a great honor to talk to you today with such a panel of wonderful people. I would like to thank Sergei Tsirkovich and his team, the UkraineInvest team, so that you've invited me to moderate this panel today. It happens really very rarely in the government of Ukraine that the founder, the head of some institution actually leaves, and then the institution still stays. And so this is an indicator that UkraineInvest today is developing and flourishing, and this is an indicator of the fact that there is a demand that for these services and for the investment activity in general, in Ukraine in general. I think that today our panel will be more practically oriented. We are going to develop these topics in a more practical way, at which we have previously announced, and today's speakers from the morning session. And Sergei has just finished at the point that the ball is in the field of the regions, and that's really true, because regions of Ukraine are this engine and driver and growth driver, and that's how we can say that differently. And without the development, economic development in the region, Ukraine does not have the future and perspectives for the future development in general. And what's most interesting, we do emphasize the FDI, so foreign donor assistance. It's really very important. It's extremely important. But the foreign investment goes into the place where it finds the most flourishing national business, where the Ukrainian business flourishes, where it feels itself comfortable, where it develops, where it gets support, where it has really well organized relations with the local authorities, local self-government. And my friend Lavrenchuk, the former head of Raiffeisen, he calls this the capitalization in Ukraine. So we capitalize our assets in the national business so that it makes it more appealing for the foreign investors. And what's most important is to create, the main task of the authority is to create the conditions so that the local business and the foreign business and the national business are not afraid to invest. So that's the most important thing. So the dimension and actual measurement of risks. And this capitalization, I think, is the main asset currently. And we're going to speak about this, about how Vinnytsia and the Vinnytsia region in general deal with this and deal in this sense. And really, it is one of the stars and examples and golden standards of Ukraine of how to do that. And I'd like to say that I would like to start with our participants because they've kindly agreed not to give their presentation so that we can have a really dynamic dialogue with them. We are going to ask questions and attract them. All their presentations are going to be available on the webpage of UkraineInvest. Don't worry, they have wonderful presentations and wonderful videos. And I would like to ask the question, of course, ladies first. So I would like to ask Miroslava first, so that we keep the gender balance. It doesn't look, the panel does look very gender balanced, but still, Miroslava, I'm really interested about which criteria, Agrana, which is a foreign investor, using which criteria did it invest and decided to invest in Vinnytsia? And actually, did your hopes, did you meet your hopes, and actually did your hopes come true? I think that the first and most important criteria was the development of business, the possibilities for business development, because investing in Ukraine and in the Vinnytsia region, the company got an access to quite a wide and large Ukrainian internal market, and also as well as the possibility for some close access to the countries of the former Soviet Union. So maybe the possibilities of simplified export to the Republic of Belarus, Moldova, Georgia, Kazakhstan, and so on and so forth. So why Vinnytsia and why Vinnytsia region? Of course, our company is a large processor of agricultural produce, and we've chosen Vinnytsia region because Vinnytsia is famous for its agrarian abilities and possibilities, and the history started 24 years ago in 1997. And until today, you can see it still goes and develops, and it's quite a successful, extremely successful story, because in far away in 1997, there was an investment, was the first equipment on the production on juice concentrates, and currently we speak about a large, extremely large, powerful complex which consists of 3 large enterprises. The first one is the growth of the fruit, and the other one is the production of juice concentrates, and the third enterprise, it's the deep processing products, is the production of frozen berries, frozen fruit purees, and half products and food semi-prepared goods. And so this is a large investment and large capacity, and we got really the support, because the situation was like that really investors came to Ukraine, and they came to the whole Ukraine, and only in the Vinnytsia region they received the support in allocating a plot of land, support in getting communication, and in terms of different facilities, and providing the catalyst. Our former director, who is now retired, who was actually a very famous businessman, and actually the money was invested to him because he guaranteed the preservation and development of this project. So that's the story as it was, and actually on my behalf I would like to add that practically all the income that has been earned was reinvestment by the company. Annually the company reinvestment into the expanding the capacity, the production capacities, into the instructor, into the training of the staff. So in terms of making money and actually running away, it was not the story. In terms of using cheap labor and cheap maybe raw materials, it was not the purpose. And I would like to say that agrana fruit, it really pays fair prices both for the resources and for the labor. Currently, our salary at the enterprise is one of the highest in the city, and actually we do not feel serious differences and considerable difference between our European colleagues and us. So, thank you. So the same question goes to Mr. Adrian. Якими були критерії для інвестування у Вінниці і яким чином на що ви покладаєте власне ваш успіх? 17 years, you are practically ours and practically I'm half Ukrainian, I always say that. So in order to understand that our company is an international group, we have enterprise all over Ukraine, we sell all over the world, starting from Australia, Philippines, Thailand, all Europe, South America, Africa. We don't sell in North America and in the USA, and we don't sell in Great Britain. These are the only places where we do not sell. There they have, I will tell you why Vinnytsia. So we prepare water pipes for sewerage, for water supply and sewerage, so that you understand what I'm speaking about. Why Ukraine? First of all, it's a huge potential. From which point of view? If you live in Italy and you want to drink water, you go to the kitchen, you take a glass of water, you open the tap, yeah? You take the water and you drink it. How do you do that in Ukraine? You want to drink some water, you take the key, you leave your flat, you go to the metro station, you buy a 6-liter bottle, then you go home and there you pour the water into the glass. So from this point of view, Ukraine has a huge potential because we need to practically change all the water supply system, water pipes and gas pipes and so on and so forth. That's one of the reasons why we invest in Ukraine. We had plants in Romania and Portugal and Russia, yeah, including, and the potential is huge. Why Vinnytsia? I really love Vinnytsia. I don't know. I really love. Applause, please. Yes, I. Once Pedro, he asked me, Adrian, don't you feel sort of bored here in Vinnytsia and the provincial cities? And I told him, what province are we talking about? Here we have wonderful, very cozy universities that give you a lot of brain. That's the first thing that we need. We need the brain. We need educated staff. We need educated workers. In the last 30 years, there was only growth, growth, and growth. So it has changed for the better, and that's it. Okay, I will never change Vinnytsia for any other city from Ukraine. I will tell you that for sure. And this is due to the fact that over the last period of time, we had good politicians who were like the drivers. I'm not kissing anyone, but there was really good. It was before Yanukovych, because when there was when Yanukovych was at power, I was ready to close my enterprise and leave here. But it's good that Ukrainians gave them Maidan, and so they they actually saved it for the future, and they moved it, and actually the conditions changed for the better. Thank you, thank you. Could you
Please, what would you tell us? Let's give a floor also to our homeland investors. But what factors would you consider to be the most important for the success of your companies? That's an interesting question. maybe you will not like my answer, but I'll be speaking frankly. Our secret is, do you know what it is? In order to in order to manufacture good high quality of pipes, there are lots of producers that produce the same type of goods, but we produce the same quality as in Portugal or in Italy or in Poland or in Russia. But that quality, what we differ. Sometimes the quality it really pays, but sometimes it really worth to pay more for the good quality things than just to refurbish, just to excavate the pipes, take them out to modernize. Because that is why it's the first secret. We don't compromise with the quality. Who wants? It's not the price sometimes you are ready to pay for the high price for Mercedes. We are the Mercedes in pipe production. Well, so we had from our foreign investors that's good soils, high technology, high quality. What else Ukraine needs, Ukrainian producer needs, so that their goods would be competitive. And we are quite lucky that all our investors, they are from real sector. Of course, IT is also important component, but here we have the producers. Mr. Yuri, let's start with you, with your company. What do you think? How you would assess what was the difference? What was the difference between what made you make such a decision and what you have been told by other investors who haven't invested? Well, and let me present my company. Oh yes, because of lack of presentation, now you need to make a small presentation of yourself. Well, maybe it's better just we sit in a friendly company and just talk. It's not about bragging by presentation, but a few words about our company. Today, we are one of the three leading producers of materials for welding in Europe, and we are the best producer of electrodes for wiring on the territory of the Commonwealth of Independent States. We are not only investing in Ukraine and Vinnytsia region, we have been investing in raw materials, plants, laboratories for production of equipment in Ukraine. In the Republic of Belarus, we'll produce materials for welding there. And starting from the last year, we have been working in the Republic of Pakistan and have been producing materials for welding there in Pakistan as well. And what I would like to tell about the criteria and decision to invest in Ukraine. First thing, it's people. It's not labor, it's people. I would like to tell about those investments, about the nature of investment. What we invested in when we started working, it was 20 years ago, and it was the time when we needed some ambitious idea to be implemented. That's why the answer was Vinnytsia region. Why we were there, we started from there, we launched our business from there. But why Ukraine, why Vinnytsia region, and why materials for welding? Because here we have the Institute of Electrical Welding, Traditions of Technologies. Ukraine is rich in raw materials. That is materials that we can use as raw materials. But also, what we started with criteria, with analysis, and I guess I will confirm that we understood that today we're going to work in Ukraine and tomorrow we'll be growing out of the borders of Vinnytsia region. And if we are not capable to compete with the best world producers, then they will come to Ukraine, and we won't be able just to hide there in the corner, and that we need just to aim at the world quality. That is why we cooperated in order to raise in the high technologies to make our technologies better. And what about technologies? Did you import the technology or did you develop your own solutions? How was it started? Well, we started cooperation with the Institute of Welding named after Patton, and then we started our research and development within our departments when so we took everything that we could take from the Institute of Electrical Welding. Of course, we continue cooperation with them, but then we would be relying on our R&D department, and also we understood that high technologies are not possible without high quality equipment, and we started to invest in equipment. Where did you take the money? Did you take the loan from the bank, or just you applied for investment for the funds? Where did you take the funds? Were there loans or some foreign investments? Are there any problems with loans? Well, I remember our first business plan in 2001 when we wanted to launch the production line. It just was an enterprise that it was not working for several years, and in 2001 we needed just 8,000 hryvnias. And these were first investments that we started our production with, that we were looking at, that it gave rise to a business. And later we needed to have high investments, and we would go to banks, and for 20 years we would invest and reinvest into our capital funds, into work power, to staff and to equipment. So you had actually help from the banks. You took the loans, so it helped you to invest. Yes. So it's very important for Ukraine and abroad, this possibility to take the loans and this cooperation with banks, with financial institutions, because our possibilities, they just are not enough to allow you to develop. Well, it's a very important issue, because lots of people criticize banks because they don't give enough finances and funds, but banks, they just follow investors. And usually it loans the foolish investors, not vice versa, because banks would like to see that the investors are ready to risk their own capital funds, like to skin it again, the principle that they measure the risks and they want to mitigate the risks. Mr. Mikhal, you are a homeland investor, and I would like also to talk about your experience as an investor. Maybe the same questions that I would like to ask you, the same questions that I asked you, Yuri, and then I would like to proceed about the topic of clusters, about the necessity of creating of ecosystems within the region, so that homeland, inland and foreign investors.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Of course, so we refused from the presentations. So actually it was like that. Moderator comes before this and they said, so we will not have the presentation so that it's interesting. So okay, let it be. It's fine. It's good. But still, my name is Michaela Hantic. I'm the head of Mathematica Vinnytsia, and I also represent the cluster of machine building and automation. The company itself will say a few words. Pro Mathematics Vinnytsia. We've been working for 20 years. There are about 400 specialists, and we have the central office in Vinnytsia, even though we have offices in Kyiv, in Khmelnytsk, and now in Lviv, and offices being open. But we are here, we are in Vinnytsia, we started from Vinnytsia, and we are planning to stay here and continue our work here. What do? We produce microprocessing products, we develop it, we have R&D center, and we produce these stabilizers of relays of different power supplies, parts of the smart home, and we've also made the light diode. We have our competitor present here from the Rodi. So together with that, we produce systems that this system is a smart city system. It's a smart city system. Here is a great plus to the local authorities. We've held many meetings, and there is an interest on behalf of the authorities to improve improve the city, to make it really smart, so in order to link together different systems which now function autonomously and individually, and to put it all together. That means the traffic and environment and lighting, city lighting, and so on and so forth, and it's very good, and we are moving in that direction. And we also produce now we produce it actually at the Agri Exposition and Agri Exhibition, because agriculture is the trend for the nearest at least decade, so that's why we need to be near them, and we are near. And we've developed for the agrarian sector a moonlight. It's a system that lights a large territory. It's when the harvesting takes place, and so on and so forth. So, and also we built solar power stations. Now we have a boom for the solar energy, and this is an indicator of maybe renewal and growth of the economy. We now deal with the automation of the technical process. We now move to the enterprises. We assess what the processes are happening, and then we say how we can be automated the process, and actually how much will it cost, and actually what is the return on investment period will be. And actually the plasma tech is present here and can say that maybe you don't know that already, but for you I'm already now automating a very serious line for you. It's going to be robotized, it's going to be very modern, and actually the enterprise itself, they really support one another. That's actually, thank you for that. As for the clusters, and the Vinnytsia region, it historically has so happened that there were many enterprises of the machine building field and equipment building, but with time the number became less and less due to a lot of well-known reasons, such as the collapse of the Soviet Union, the lack of competition, and so on and so forth. So we set the goal to renew and rebuild this good fame of the city, and more than a year ago we've united and joined efforts, and now we have the number has already doubled. The number of enterprises has doubled the participants, and these are all the enterprises that work on the innovative products. In fact, the main strategic goal of the cluster is the establishment of innovative products and joint common innovative products. It's very important because the clusterization technology is not something new. It's not a know-how of our city. About 50 years ago, an American, Michael Porter, a well-known specialist on increasing the competitiveness, he actually suggested clusterization. So a cluster, in English, it means like it's a cluster of grapes, for example. Each berry is valuable, and it's true. Yes, we are all successful and self-sufficient entrepreneurs, but all together in the form of a group, we are stronger in an equality of power, and thus together we generate. There is a procedure that is well written through of the establishment of new innovative products, because thanks to the innovative products, Ukraine and Vinnytsia, such Vinnytsia region in particular, can overcome the barrier of the loss of the scientific potential, and the loss of and outflow of the specialists. So now we can speak about some countries, they renew the production, but the productions by actually filling in with their AI 4.0, the robot techniques AI. It's important to compete through innovative products. With very hard to compete with the mass product, but with the innovative products, it's possible to compete, and actually we are successful in doing that. This is a wonderful summary, actually, of all the previous speeches, because really these technological decisions, these innovative clusters where actually business people support one another, this really creates some business system and environment that is significant for certain region. I understand that now you are a Ukrainian who now lives in Switzerland and represent the Ukrainian Swiss Business Association. So you've already heard from the foreign investors and also from the national investors these moments and these aspects and these things that actually were appealing to them. What does the Swiss business think I mean, the Swiss business that wants to come into the Ukrainian market and actually come into the Ukrainian economy, are these the appealing factors, or do they still lack something? Yes. Well, in fact, good afternoon. I think that the Swiss business, if we speak like really 100% of small and medium entrepreneurship of Switzerland, they know very fragmentary facts about Ukraine. It's not even the best indicator can be the indices of goods rotation between Ukraine and Switzerland, which make up to 0.01% of the whole growth rotation and growth product rotation. And of course, the country, the total number of people, and actually business people, they're also people. They learn the information from the news, and in the information field, Ukraine is usually of Europe. Ukraine is usually presented by the some political news, and only in the last few years, thanks to the such an agency as UkraineInvest, the economic environment has received certain qualified and really specialized information about Ukraine as an association, quite a young association and business structure. We are just 2 years old, and even in these 2 years, we've seen how the information of the promotional materials about Ukraine have changed, and these are really very positive changes. The quality of the materials, advertising materials that are being prepared in Ukraine and by Ukrainian Tax Promotion Office, it's really wonderful. Even this forum that's been organized is really a high-level forum, and if we speak about a regional forum, not all business forums in Switzerland really have the same quality and standard as this forum that is held today. On my behalf, I would like very briefly say, I can see that only 5 minutes are left. I've already got a few more, actually negotiated a few more minutes, but still, once again, I would like just simply to cover and talk to all the participants once again. I would like to comment. I have nothing to comment. These are successful businesses. I know, even through my professional activities, I've heard about a grana fruit. Their stand in international exhibitions is one of the best, and good job, yeah. And I would like to really ask everyone to follow their example and follow their lead, because when you come to a specialized exhibition and there you see Ukrainian enterprise, even though there is a foreign investment, but still it's a Ukrainian enterprise, it's really wonderful. It's very pleasing to take everyone there and tell us, like, look, this is from Ukraine and the quality. And secondly, we are now at a regional forum, and I came here from a country in which the main driver of economy is the small and medium enterprise, and a country in which the diversification and independence of the regions is actually led to an absolute maybe level. Maybe only Canada can be, and the USA maybe can surpass us in that and can position themselves as this. In our country, in every canton, like an oblast, it has their own peculiarity. This is a development strategy of how they position themselves or which business they attract and involve. And this is the way it's supposed to be in Ukraine, because every oblast, every region has to position itself individually. Each local amalgamated territorial community should understand how this can be appealing, what it can offer to the local investor as well as to the foreign investor. Accordingly, the staff has been selected, the investment passport is being processed, and then it moves to the markets where these investments can be found. So our association is kind of a bridge between Ukraine and Switzerland, the main task of which, for us as an association, we have created that for the Ukraine with the support of the Embassy of Ukraine in our country. So the 90% of our activity is aimed at finding the investor in Switzerland who is looking in the direction of Eastern Europe, understanding that they need to relocate, that it's important for them to have a logistics and safety, and they don't want to be in China or in Middle East and the Middle East, and our task is actually to bring that investor to Ukraine and prove it to him that this should be done in Ukraine. This is a very competitive fight, a permanent competitive fight, and you should understand that Poland, Hungary, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, they all have really much better conditions for that. They have the support of the EU. They are in the EU. There are billions of dollars for their support. And we are no weaponless. No, you already have the weapons. Zavkash has said that 2.5 billion has been already been 2 billion have been allocated for the industrial parks. There is a group of deputies in the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine who have radically changed the approach to that. There is Mr. Metrometolucha deals with the issues of actually this and the conditions for creating this. So what now needs to be done is really actually to create those industrial parks to maybe somehow group them. Maybe it can be done with the help of the UkraineInvest. Quality materials should be developed, and then you come to us. You should come to the place where the money is, and you have to present it. This is really very important. So actually moving to the international market and actually presenting yourself at the international exhibitions in really high quality. This is extremely important. And so the last 30 seconds. And so the structure, the economy of any capitalist country, it's 70%, 75% of the small and medium entrepreneurship. We should understand that. These are ADCs, as we call them, and local authorities. The large-scale businesses and large business corporations is going to be dealt with by the president, by the cabinet of minister. At the level of the oblast, it should be placed on contacts with the small and medium-scale entrepreneurship. This is what I can tell you from my own experience. There is nothing more important than moving and present yourself. Can't be like that. You may get nothing during the first, no effect from the first exhibition or the first business meeting. You never know how will this investment be returned for you. So that's why I invite everybody who is ready to come to Switzerland, come to us, and we will ensure all the necessary networking. But please come prepared with high quality materials and with a high quality of understanding of how your community, how Vinnytsia can be interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we are pressed for time a bit, so let us just one more question to our participants. And as Mr. Mikhailov have already referred to clusters, how you see that your sector would be developing, how you cooperate with other companies as for cooperation, how you see future, Vinnytsia. Well, first of all, there was a topic that you referred to, the money, the loans to take the funds. Really, there are lots of possibilities for Vinnytsia enterprises, for Ukrainians. There is a big support from the authorities. There are possibilities which maybe not every company is using. There's the program 759 programs. I would name them 03. I would share my experience that our investment portfolios that we reloaned and we gave back the loans we took and take the new loans at 0% from the banks with because we had this wish to reloan, and there were good conditions from Aval, but they needed a guarantee, and here we have loans without guarantee with 0%, and by the end of pandemic plus 90 days, and we don't know when this pandemics will finish, and then there will be 3%. So I think that you can't imagine better conditions for funding, for taking the loans. As for clusters, we have been participating and our company have been participating in the creation of the cluster, and what potential I see it personally, my company sees in it, because each of the participant has its strengths Some have modern equipment, end-of-the-line equipment, which have been underused. Some have high-quality professionals. So this cooperation, synergy between companies which have the strengths, that can use the opportunities, it's very important to create modern, innovative products. Also, that is a perspective that I would refer to. So, you mean to be competitive? It means to render high-quality product, to get good financing for it. Now, I would even more highlight innovations. To create innovative products, that's a process that also it has some consequence. You should follow some order, some consequence, some procedure. And if you created something, if you don't create anything new, that your business has no perspectives for development. Well, we're kind of pressed of time. Let us give the floor to Mr. Ivan. Mr. Yuri, please take the floor. Well, for us, clusters, it's raw materials and equipment, because within our strategy we have put the tasks in to produce equipment for the welding equipment. We also within vertical diversification we have found the solution about the raw materials in order to control the raw materials that you are going to use, where that to this quality that whether it is its quality is good enough or it's available. The same for equipment. If we want to be competitive on the world market, and so either we should be capable and able to have the state-of-art equipment as the modern leaders, either to buy it. So we either buy it and then all our life we work to buy the components and intellectual rights, or we produce it. So for us it's a complex solution. We produce electrodes for welding and we produce equipment for its production, and we cooperate with Kes Automatica, and that's how we joined the top 50 of Ukrainian companies. So we figured out the technology. We develop the equipment, then we outsource it for some plants to produce it for us, and that is how we solve these tasks, these issues. That's a big amount of work that we could outsource to our Ukrainian companies that have the potential. But as for automation, well, nowadays it's just a part that is still is a challenge for the future. Yes, you're right. It's where we need still investment and automation. It's also an issue on the world market that could be task, prospective and potential. Ms. Miroslava, how you see it? For us, it's very important to have support from farmers, to have more suppliers. Because even after 24 years of working here, we see that there is a lack of raw materials and lots of processes, and for us, for production fruit juices, it's important, the raw materials. So that's also for us important that people would be able to buy our juices, ice cream, pastry, and if some cataclysm starts, like revolution of wartime, and its demand for our products, it just decreases, and we feel it because Ukraine is also a consumer market. That is why we are very interested, so that Ukrainian people would be rich enough to buy our products. and we are quite optimistic about the future. And also the decrease, it finished in 2015, and minimum 20% we grow each year starting from 2015. And also that could be a good reason for our European colleagues from the group of companies we represent. Як ви бачите майбутнє все? I would like to answer in Russian, because otherwise I need to switch the city with the dictionaries. Well, I don't know. We are Italian companies, company with Italian investments. We are quite simple people. Clusters, it's good thing. Conditions, prerequisites, good. Industrial parks, it's very good. We are voting for it. Has got lots of advantages, but 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 the essence are simpler, простіше. Please provide the law, provide with the legislative regulation. Just check whether, give feedback, check whether the laws are working. And it's everything that the businesses need. Businesses, if there is a favorable legal framework, businesses will cope. They will be successful. Will be growing. Every first, second, third year we make some innovations. We expand our business. For example, this year, even despite the pandemics, we started to produce pipes with very big diameter. Business, we do know what we need, but what we only ask from local authorities, from the authorities, please give us laws. So yes, provide us with the laws and just don't interfere. Well, let us sum up on this stage. Let me thank to all the participants. And I guess even in such a short period, we could see that Vinnytsia has got very favorable ecosystems that fosters, facilitates development of Ukrainian business, and that could attract foreign investment. We have foreign investors, and which you mentioned, all the foreign investment, foreign direct investment, now they actually become Ukrainian companies. And also one more important issue that maybe you haven't touched, that Ukrainian business in particular, that it should need to work in accordance with European Union regulations, is compliance with the regulations, because foreign investors, they don't understand this IFRS, white cash, black and gray cash and system. We see that there are strong Ukrainian businesses that form their clusters, their ecosystem with foreign companies, Ukrainian companies. And I would say you are on the front. Maybe Sergei knows more regions. When I was in UkraineInvest, there were like one or two clusters, but not one or two agencies, but not so powerful as yours. Metis, thank you very much for your comments. It helps us it gives us opinion from the point of view of Swiss investors how to sell it. Thank you. Wish you every help. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, participants of our discussions. Please give applause to us participants. Thank you for all the Turin, please greet him. Deputy Head of the Kirovogradsk Region State Administration, Mr. Sergei, welcome. Deputy Head of Zhytomyr Oblast State Administration, Viktor Hragivsky. Director of Starokonstantinsky Oil and Seeds Plant, Grigory Kapustyan. Head of the committee from Kirovogradska Oblast, Evgeny Bachmach, we already met him, and Director of Berry Food LLC, Dmitro Fomin. Please greet our friends from our neighborhood regions, our closest neighbors.
For me, I've just been told that it's going to call us online. I'm very happy to inform you that our internet is working and operating, and now I invite for the moderation Ms. Oksana Tachuk, the head of the Department of the Office of Attraction and Support of the Investments, UkraineInvest. Good afternoon, dear Vinnytsias, dear Vinnytsia residents, dear guests, dear participants who join us, who work with us online and offline. We do not start, we continue the investments, the panel of investments in the region, experience and perspectives, and now some organizational moments. We have only 40 minutes and 6 speakers. I would also ask the speakers to observe the timing and actually not exceed a 8-minute limit in the speeches. Our today's event is dedicated not only to the Vinnytsia region, but also to the Khmelnytskyi, Kirovohrad, and Zhytomyr regions. And actually, in this panel, we have the representatives of these regions present. I'm also happy that in our panel we have the representatives, both the local government representatives, who also have a chance today to present their investment potential, as also the representatives of the business, who will tell us what they feel about the working in these regions. I would like to present to you the first speaker as the first deputy head of the Khmelnytskyi Regional Administration, Mr. Sreturin. I had the honor to meet Mr. Turin during my working visit to the Khmelnytskyi region, and all the enterprises said it like in one voice. It said that it's very good to work in the region. They have wonderful relations with the regional authorities, and about 300 enterprises with direct investments are working there. And so the representatives of the 38 countries of the world, they work here, and the confirmation of this favorable environment is the presence of the CRH company, the Polish Vexiltron company, German Tiltra, and also Swiss Multihybrid, and many others. So, how do you build your investment policy, and what investors are you proud of in the region, and what do you suggest to your investors? What do you offer them? Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I cordially welcome all the participants of today's event, and on behalf of the head of the Khmelnytskyi Regional State Administration, I would like to send Vinnytsia and all of you his greetings and further development for the Vinnytsia region and the development for the oblast, for the region and all the people who live here. Also, additionally, I would like to wish you that such events migrate through Ukraine, and we are ready to cordially welcome UkraineInvest on the Khmelnytskyi region. And as for the organizers and the Vinnytsia Regional State Administration and UkraineInvest, we do thank for the possibility to present the information regarding the investment potential of the Khmelnytskyi region. I'd like to say that the Khmelnytskyi borders with the Vinnytsia region in the west, and the city of Khmelnytskyi and the Khmelnytskyi region, as I've already heard today from the representatives from Vinnytsia, we also believe that is the center of Podillia, but we are not going now to fight about it. I'm convinced that our large Podillia land can calmly develop the region, and for the investor can create the best conditions for working and doing business. And I would like to ask, I have a presentation, it's already behind my back, yeah? Okay, I would like to note, I do understand that I have very limited time. I have a lot of information to share, so I would like to be very brief. And I understand that before lunch, we all need to be very brief and laconic. And so Khmelnytskyi Oblast is, in general, it's located on the 20,600 square kilometers, and the population is 1,240,000 people, and the key cities are the city of Khmelnytsky and the city of Kamenets-Podilsky, and the climate, we have a moderately continental climate. It is important because we need to emphasize quite favorable conditions for growing agricultural goods. We have a number of processing enterprises in the field of agriculture, and all this is ensured by warm summer, soft and moderate winter, and the appropriate number of or adequate amount of precipitation throughout the year. Over the last year, we have quite considerable economic growth in the region. Of course, lately the pandemic has introduced its corrections, but over the last period of 2021, the economy demonstrates the growth of the indices, and if compared with the similar period of the 2020, we demonstrate a 27.1% growth of growth product rotation. Our Vinnytsia region is an active participant of foreign trade, and the products of our enterprises is exported into 133 countries. The largest are being Poland, Germany, and China. Of some of the commentaries, I will leave them and maybe omit them and leave them aside, and I will focus on some key points. The industry, agriculture, wholesale and retail sale make up the basis of the economy. Out of the industrial plants, about 1,000 company works in the region, and it should be noted that about more than 30% is concentrated in the field of electricity production due to our Khmelnytska nuclear power plant, and we really hope that thanks to the visit of our President Volodymyr Zelensky to the United States of America, where a corresponding memorandum had been signed on investing of about $30 billion. We hope that 2 more energy blocks will be finally built, and the 4 energy blocks will start working with the full capacity, which will considerably strengthen the energy sector of the oblast of the region. Currently, the basis of the aspect are the grains, electricity, dairy products, eggs, poultry, natural honey, carpets, and furniture. We should go back to the issues of production of agricultural products, and traditionally the Khmelnytsky region occupies the leading positions in growing agricultural products and goods. The agricultural lands and arable lands in this whole structure of the region make up 80% of the whole territory. The harvesting area in all categories is 1.2 billion hectares. I would like to note also that moving to the issue of logistics and transport infrastructure, the regional administration, together with other participants of the process of development and building of the Khmelnytsky region and analyzing the strategy for 2027, they've noted that the Khmelnytsky region as well as the Vinnytsia region has emphasized it in their strategy of the development strategy. They have a very favorable transportation and geographical location, and I should note that It has been emphasized that the presence of the opportunities for creating in the oblast of the intermodal transport logistic hub that will join both the railway connection and the road infrastructure and the avia connections or flight connections. And if we speak about some concrete achievements, we currently have in the region already an already constructed logistic hub, and an example of investment of a private company. It's a large Ukrainian company, Nova Poshta. It has built, not far from the airport, it has built, which I will speak about a bit later, an innovative terminal with a capacity of 18,000 sendings per day, and actually the investment is 9.5 million euro, and the terminal has become the key infrastructural object and freight transportation in Western Ukraine. If we speak about the issue of freight transportation, we really have a great hope set into the airport Khmelnytsky. It's a communally owned enterprise. Now the documentation and technical documentation is being developed. We assess the price of the project for $100 million, and we expect that when we move closer to the period that we are ready for the investment, we will be happy to see the private investors, and we will be ready if they are ready to get involved into the participation in the process, hopefully together with UkraineInvest. And I hope that this issue will be moved from the dead point that it is in right now. The oblast has 2 industrial parks created. So far, these are the 2 industrial parks that are registered in the city of Khmelnytsky and the city of Slavuta. Today we are going to have the deputy of Khmelnytsky, deputy mayor of Vinnytsia. He knows more about the industrial parks and will be ready to speak about it in more detail. We have a number of plot lands with the greenfield and brownfield land plots that are being actively promoted in the moment and are being suggested and offered to the business for placing their capacities there or to be used there. I would like to note once again, as one of the smart specialization of the development of our region is the tourist vector and the tourist sector. Once again, I would like to note that the oblast in its development strategy has outlined 3 sectors. This is the agricultural complex and the processing of agricultural products. It's tourism and development of tourism, and this is the consumer goods manufacturing. It's very well developed in the Khmelnytsky Oblast and in the city of Khmelnytsky and in the region altogether. But returning to the issue of tourism, I would like to say it's a unique cultural and historical heritage. It is current. We have, and it's located in the territory of the Khmelnytsky region. By the number of cultural and historical sites, Khmelnytsky region occupies the 3rd place from all the regions of Ukraine, and I would like to know that I think that it has one of the greatest potentials in terms of development of local Ukrainian tourism among all the regions of Ukraine. Why? Because about 3,000 cultural sites and historical sites are located on the territory of the oblast. 34 sites of local significance, natural reserves, and national non-natural parks are located on the territory of Khmelnytsky. There is a program initiated by the President and the government of Ukraine, and we've selected it as the key project within the framework of the Magnet of Ukraine. We've identified as the Bakata. It's the place of force. Some people call it the place of force. It's a very picturesque place, and there used to be located one of the oldest monasteries. Currently, this project is being presented or has been presented in and we're planning to develop it from the infrastructural point of view and as one of the cultural sites, and actually as the place itself, as the city of Kamyanets-Podilsky, which is well known for its festivals, its various cultural and professional activities. And today in Kamenets, the first film festival is being film Oblast Festival is being opened in Khmelnytsky. This is done to popularize the region. It's going to be held for 3 days. That's why we are inviting you to the for the film viewings. And of course, I would also like to note that in the very heart of the Satanyev, the city of Satanyev, which is famous for its Brushanska mineral water. According to certain assessments, it has no it's unparalleled in terms of its healing properties, and there is a huge palace located on the territory. The treatment and recreational palace is also located there, and it also has to pass a few final stages, renovative works, and it will be ready either today or the next day, or this year or next year to receive customers. So that's why you are very, very much welcome there. And in addition to that, moving close and finalizing the speech, I would like to note that there are a lot of natural resources available on the territory of the oblast, and these are the resources, natural resources that Sapanit is natural resources that can be mined and in only in the Khmelnytskyi Oblast. It's actively used in agriculture and medicine, and we also have currently we have 2 objects open for privatization. In Ukraine, we have an active program of privatization, and we are speaking about two objects, and actually we have a great mining capacities of these 2 plots, and actually it was always very in great demand, and it was always in the in demand in terms of whitewash production. And I can say that now on the territory of the oblast we have actively developing the relations between the authorities and the business. We have a kind of a regional investment nanny, like the accompaniment of the investor. This is the initiative of the head of the administration, and all of the related institutions actually become the part of this office. It's actually, we speak about allocating the plot land, or actually linking to the to connecting to the electricity systems and networks. We either connect with the narrow circle or a wide circle, and we have this cooperation in terms of assisting our pride of the region. I can say that it's one of the powerful investors. It's the Kernel company, which develops the oil extracting plant in Starokostantinev, and we've closely cooperated in the issues of in logistic placement, so to speak, of the hub, or like it's a socially responsible plan. So in order not to create an inconvenience to the city dwellers, we started being involved in trying to solve these issues. So I understand that I think I've taken maybe a lot of your time, but I do invite you all for cooperation, and we will happily work and provide information to all the people who are interested in cooperating with Khmelnytsky. We will provide the maximum soft and warm conditions for placing and actual landing on the territory of the Khmelnytsky region.
Thank you, Sergei Gregorevich, for your report, for your speech. And that's how you treat, you introduced your investors in your region. That's the company kernel, and I would like to introduce the kernel, the main supplier from Black region to more than 60 countries of the world. As Sergei Gregorevich mentioned, that's already the second line of the oil and seed extraction plant has been built with the processing capacity 1 million tons of sunflower seeds per each, and that's the ninth kernel plant in Ukraine, and that will be one of the most powerful in Ukraine. And I was lucky to be there in Starokonstantinov to see this plant and the scales that they implemented. That's really impressive. So, Grigory Kapusyan, the director of Khmelnytsky plant. Why kernel has chosen Khmelnytsky region to build the biggest plant in Ukraine? Good afternoon. Thank you for your question. The kernel company, it's present, as you maybe know, all over Ukraine. Khmelnytsky region is not an exception, because here we have a headquarter for our western cluster that today have been producing and exporting agricultural product to the countries of Black Sea region, and our agricultural producers in this region, they have been feeling the deficit of the storage facilities. And when we were discussing it with the colleague, with our agrarians, we have decided to analyze this region not only about the possibilities for storage, but also for processing. The key factor to make a positive decision was when we went to the local authorities with this project, and we got such a huge support that we are still very thankful for it. And the head of and deputy head of the regional authorities, they gave a very good example of cooperation with such socially responsible companies, and somehow we have been working on solutions how not to hinder the population. And that is what we came with to the administration with this question, that we want to expand our site to organize to run the lunch. Now we have the roadmap, and we have started working. Have you finished the second line of your plant? What are your plans? Well, nowadays we have completed the first line of production. Nowadays we're accepting the raw materials, and next week there will be the first trucks coming to the company with the seeds that we're going to process, and the second lines that will be commenced to be built next year. Thank you, Grigory Vasilyevich, for your speech. We wish you successful completion of construction. I know that in Starokonstantinov you have your investment facilitators, the investment nanny. Of course, we can offer you several more all over the territory of Ukraine. Those nannies, investment facilitators that have been working all over Ukraine, and we are inviting you and other investors to for our support, and we will guarantee them support. Let us give the floor to Kirovogradska region. They have unique mineral deposits, mechanical engineering, automotive engineering industry, good good transport contention, small distance to the Black Sea, favorable climate and natural resources. All this gives very good opportunities for cooperation with investors. Let me give the floor to the deputy head of Kirovohradzka Oblast administration. What best cases of investment projects you have, and whether the investors will come to Krivorizhsky processing mining complex. Good afternoon, dear participators of the conference, of the forums. I'm very thankful to the organizers, to the team for invitation and for the possibility to represent the Kirovohradzka region. Really, the information you have got, it's truthful. We have very good favorable conditions, but let me add some more facts. Kirovohradzka region has got quite a big potential for attracting funds and to provide for sustainable and dynamic development of our region and our neighbor regions, where my colleagues represent those regions, Khmelnytsky and Zhytomyr, and we have lots of things in common. And also with Vinnytsia region, yes, it's a very good location, just in the center, in the central part of Ukraine. That's our advantage. In general, close proximity to capital and having direct access to the Black Sea, good transport infrastructure, possibility to support shipments, that make good possibilities for investments in order to invest funds. The transport infrastructure, transport system also includes highways, motorways that connect Europe with the countries of CIS. We have big railroads which connect south and northwest and east. One of more advantage is the approach to the Dnieper river, that we have a possibility to transport oils, all cultures, all crops through Svetlovodsk River terminal to the Black Sea ports of Ukraine last year. That was Kirovohrad LLC, Svetlovodsk River terminal, and they launched the biggest ship vessel with a tonnage of 6 tons, and that was quite a big support for our local agrarian producers in order to transport agrarian products within Ukraine. Today we have been working in order to repair our roads for them to be like in other regions. What we highlight, or what first of all concentrate on this highways which connect the regions that pass through our regions, thanks to the presidential program of big construction, giant construction. We have finished refurbishment of roads which connect Kirovohradzka region with Cherkasska region, the western Lviv region, and on the east Luhansk region, Kryvyi Rih, the cities of Kryvyi Rih and Zaporizhzhia. And I would like to mention that Strizhvar this year has been a connection that coming through the Kirovohradzka region from west to east. We are one of the biggest regions with most concentrated mineral deposits on the territory of our regions. There are more than 390 deposits of different extractable resources. We have some unique components which are important for development of black industry, energy production. The region has been taking the leading places as for uranium deposit, 83%. of deposits are in our regions, and we are monopolists. As for uranium production, we have been excavating it. We are leaders in excavating uranium here in our region. We have the deposits of different decorative stones of different colors. As for metal ores, we have a big deposit of iron ore, 5 nickel deposits, and chromite metal. So we have clean graphite and kaolin. Also on our territory we have industrial deposits of gold. Talking about best cases and good successful cases of attracting funds in mining, let's take an example. Velta LLC and LLC Zerniv. As for Velta, on the base of Hermanite deposit, we have built a production facility with the capacity of 3 tons that make 2% of excavation of luminite and titanic raw materials. That altogether is $120 million US dollars that they earn annually, and it's one of very few mining companies in Ukraine that has proven the raw materials according to European standards. LLC Thermin, they started from the quarry construction and kaolin production in order to excavate the primary kaolin. The real wealth, the real treasure in our country, it's black. Of our region, is black soils, as well as our neighbor regions. Thanks also to favorable natural conditions, climatic conditions, that makes a prerequisite for development of agricultural complex. The soils in our regions, they meet the requirements of safety that allow us to grow ecological products, considering the natural resources potential of our region and favorable climatic resources. Of course, amongst the sectors that are leading this is agricultural production and processing. The plant growing has got 86% of output within the agricultural. For 4 million hryvnias annually, we produce crops and corns. As for industrial companies, we have several big, strong companies that are located and functioning not only in our country but all over Ukraine. This are food products, metallurgical companies, energy production. As for food industries, more than 46% that turn around. We produce oil. We have several companies that produce oil, and 50% of sunflower oil, if taking all Ukrainian sunflower oil products, that are us. As for our equipment and machinery producing companies, we have this flagmans. It's Pat Hydrosila, Pat Morkhis is leading companies that are known all over Ukraine. There is a scientific research and development company, RADI, which are leading in developing of systemic complexes that are used in nuclear power plants, and all the nuclear power plants in Ukraine have been using these systems with hardware and software. And last And several years ago, they got a certificate from the American Commission that allows them to supply their products to the USA. It's one of the 7 countries in the world to have got to be issued such a certificate, and with the appropriate rights, and that's why I invited Mr. Bachmach that represents this company, so that he could boast of the success of the company. One of several successful projects that has been implemented with the foreign investment, that was a company of I&U Group, that is biogas production complex to process the residuals of beetroot production that produces electricity, green electricity. It was together with EBRD project that we have implemented, and in the future we expected to produce 48 gigawatts annually. That was a first project where the residues of agricultural processing were used, and it was the first project where the innovative technologies to produce gas were used, that also would save the natural gas that would be combusted to produce the power. Also, we have made, with the use of foreign investment, we have made several refurbishment on Dnipro-Kirovrad enterprise. Because the water supply system makes more than 120 kilometers within Dnipro and Kirovrad, quite a big water line that have been supplying water for 4 cities of our region, in such that have been providing water, supplying water for the population. And we increased the quality of the services we rendered to population, like in a huge way. Another successful project we have implemented to develop the green tourism within the region. It was a park hotel Skife, which also have been implemented with the help of the Radi company. And this park hotel Skife is one of the touristic magnets of the Kirovohrad region. With more details, I would like my colleague Grigori Stepanovic to tell more about that. We have, as our neighborhood regions, we have very favorable conditions for development, for economical development, for cooperation, for international cooperation. We have lots of investment, but of course we would like to have an increase in foreign investments in order to give more tempo, to have more impulse. We have positive saldo, we have positive balance of import and export. We trade with 107 countries of the world. The biggest share is China and India. We have developed a strategy for Kirovohrad region where we have defined our priorities for development. We have singled out, we have outlined these priorities, and we would like to implement them in the future. Unfortunately, we not like Vinnytsia and Khmelnytsky, we are not that successful, but we have very good, highly developed infrastructure and base foundations that we could use to implement those projects. We have the air terminal Kirovohrad that could be used for international connections, that it has sites, it has buildings, outbuildings. We have a unique pilot academy that is training pilots that are flying in Ukraine and not only well, with such an air connections infrastructure, we unfortunately our airport is not working, and we are not. We're just waiting for the investor to come. Agricultural complex is a very important component for developing agricultural clusters. Yes, I understand we are short for time. We cannot boast in the future for this agricultural clusters, but we will be working for it. And a visit card, such a site that we would present our region with, and to look for new partners. We would like to cooperate with Ukrainian and foreign partners. So the site that we try to matchmake and start our cooperation, that's Agricultural Expo. That is one of the 10 biggest agricultural exports shows in Ukraine. It will be held this year in September 29th through 2nd of October, and it will host more than 500 producers all over Ukraine. And using the possibility, let me invite all participants here to join, to come to our show, to our expert, and to sum it up. Oh, thank you, Sergei Viktorovich. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for your speech. Really, I'm so very pleased that our local authorities are so proud of their investors. They just make such a good presentation that I don't have anything to add. So, scientific R&D company Radi. Let me invite Evgeny Stepanovich. Evgeny Stepanovich, what have you managed? What have you succeeded to attain within your company, and how was your cooperation with American partners?
Well, the main products of Radi is the systems of management system for nuclear energy. For over 25 years, we've been working in the field. We've passed and actually covered a serious evolution. Our key innovative breakthrough was that we've taught the world to create management systems not based on the traditional processes that surround us, but based on the new, at that time, American development. It's the it's the programmed logical matrices, and actually we've been use this for the nuclear power. This was a very successful finding, very successful application, and our experience was really well studied worldwide. And during this time, MAHATE has held 12 conferences on spreading and sharing the experience, and actually two of them were actually based on our plant. And currently, we have the highest possible certification, the CITRI certification, international certification of International Electrotechnical Committee, that allows us to make the most difficult and most responsible management systems, including biochemistry, natural oil, and so on, anything. And actually, we are one of the few in the world who received the certificate of American nuclear regulator that allows us and gives us the right to work on the American nuclear market. Over this time, we've done a lot of work. We made a complete modernization of full-cycle modernization of 7 nuclear reactors of Ukraine, and a few weeks ago we finished the modernization of the nuclear reactor in the Khmelnytskyi Oblast. What does it mean? That these blocks can work for at least 30 more years after this. And actually this is very important because nuclear electricity and nuclear energy is the basis of the energy market of Ukraine, despite the fact that just recently we've received access to the American market. Over this period of time, we've already signed a framework agreement announcements about joint cooperation with the one of the oldest American corporations, Curtis Wright, which was founded by the Wright brothers at some point in the past, about 90 years ago. It's a very famous corporation during the Second World War. It was second largest company in terms of production volume after General Electric, and now it works mostly in the military field for the American tanks, and actually it's a subdivision, works in the nuclear sector and nuclear energy sector. And over these 2 years, we've already established a system of protecting and for the American boiler reactor, and this system, the demonstration sample is already located in our polygon, and currently we've already signed NDA and now conducting the negotiations with General Electric, which is another large company, together with the Hitachi subdivision of Hitachi, and they're developing the 4th generation reactor, BWRX 300, and these are the small modular reactor, which has really great future ahead of it because it has a lot of benefits if compared with the currently existing ones. And we've already got the permit of the Ministry of Energy, the Commission over the Control of the Armament of the USA, because we speak about the working with the documentation that has restricted access documentation, and now we start the work for creating the management systems for this new reactor. And apart from that, we've also received suggestion and offer from the TerraPower company. This is Bill Gates is the owner, and they've started the development of a new reactor, new 4th generation reactor with the cooling of the mixture of salts. And now we are exchanging the information regarding concerning the possible use of our systems and management systems in this new reactor. Apart from the nuclear topic and sector, we are quite efficient and widely involved in lighting. We produce more than 2,000 kinds of lamps. I've said that, so that's why I'm not going to repeat that. In this line, we also had the new land lamp, which is designed for working in the rural area. Why? Because it's very easy. It's easy to set up, to fix. It has from 15 to 30 watt capacity, so that's why it's quite easily light this village streets, and at the same time it's actually very resistant to the shifts and ranges of the electricity, and which is very important for agriculture and actually for the rural areas. And actually for the cities and for the urban management, we are now developing quite innovative system of that includes the data centers and management of very many different fields of activity of the city. And in the end, we have 2 investment projects which are related to the hotel business. These include last year we finished the construction of the hotel Perlena Tavria on the Azov market, and for 200 people, and actually it was this year that we get the certificate that this is the best hotel on the beach. We have 7 pools there, swimming pools on the terrace, a lot of animations, so on and so forth. And in addition to that, 2 years ago we started a very large project. It's Park Hotel Skifia. You know that Skifia, they were our ancestors, and the Skif tribe, had a very unique and unusual culture, and there we used interesting natural fact that there is the red granite comes out of the culture and we combine it with the artificial design and barrier. There will be about 15 artificial lakes with separate fountains with different colors and different light and music fountains, also a complex of swimming pools, about hotels, restaurants, bars, and so on and so forth, and that during the 3 more years we'll finish this project, and this will be one of the largest. It will be valuable due to the fact of the steppe zone. We have more natural, maybe even sites and elements than in the steppe zone in the Kirovograd Oblast. That's it if we speak briefly about it. Of course, if it's Stepanovich, of course, it's nice to note that our research and development enterprises, they are competitive at the international markets, and that such an enterprise in Ukraine is not, there is not one market like that. In Ukraine, Radi is the only one, but it's not the only enterprise that competes on the natural market, on the international market, and it's very nice to understand that. I understand that we have very little time, but still there is a question. Why the hotel business? Like, if we speak about the NVP Radi, it's a leader of the nuclear energy sector. It's good, actually, the business is successful when it's actually multi-sided. If we speak about hotels and tourism, it's a nice future and it's an interesting future vector that if there is a spare capital, you can invest into these sectors. And in addition to that, we also deal with agriculture, and there we have more than 20,000 hectares of land, and we have our own infrastructure and so on and so forth. So there is nothing special and unusual there. Simply we are trying to be more like sort of separate sectors. We understand that Kirovograd region is appealing for tourism as well. Thank you. Now we move to Zhytomyr region, and Zhytomyr region starts to attract their investments before it became a mainstream. The first business with foreign investments appeared in the city 150 years ago. In 1871, the first Czech beer brewery has been opened in Chernihiv and in Zhytomyr, and since then it's become a platform for successful investment entrepreneurship, agriculture, IT, and so on. So these are very many sectors that attract investments into the regions. Now I'd like to give the floor to Viktor Hraditsky, the deputy head of the Zhytomyr Regional State Administration. Viktor Ivanovich, we know that you take care of your investors. You're a member of the supervisory board of the Zhytomyr Agency for Regional Development as well. So what are the most frequent questions that you addressed from the investors, and maybe they address the agents from that? What are the most successful investment projects that you can name within your regions, maybe that have been implemented over the latest period of time, because we understand that there are quite a lot of them?
Let me greet everybody. Let me greet the participants of UkraineInvest Forum. I represent Zhytomyr City Administration. Let me thank Vinnytsia State Administration for such an invitation. And the city mayor wanted to join us personally, but just he was not able. Talking about the investors and attracting of funds, creating favorable conditions for attracting funds is what we see as our task. We have the agency that supports, that facilitates cooperation with investors. And there are several tasks that we set before this agency, but one of them is attracting investments that but also support to homeland investors, and all of them starting, all of us in the council, starting from the head special till the mayor, we have been all working this direction. We do understand that very crucial is daily communication. We understand that let us leave the business in peace. But having such good deposit, but still having the tax administration as favorable condition of tax administration is non-favorable. We know that we need to render all the possible support to the investors. We have this supervisory board that controls, that supports investors. We discuss the possible amendments and drafts, what we need to change in our legislation. The head of the regional state administration, he has all these issues under his personal control, that all these projects and drafts and proposals, they should be sent to the relative authorities. Well, our business and our investors are quite diversified. We don't have one direction in that, and 99% of our gross output, it's small and middle enterprises, and we have the council, we have special committees that is responsible for cooperation with small and middle enterprises, and that help to solve the problems that most of the problems we have on the local level that might inflict the wealth of SME. We have quite powerful companies that came with investments, like Arsenyev company that have been working, that have been referred to, that they created more than 1,000 working places, and in the future they plan up to 400 more. Company Kovert and Schubert that also created like 4,000 working places, and 1,000 this year. The company Eurogold with Swiss investments that has been a leader in Ukraine and in Europe in production, in manufacture of dryers for the everyday consumption. They are going to implement a new project. The Ferroplast company is quite an interesting manufacturer that produces like folk clothes for cats, like houses for cats. Also quite an interesting nation. They're going to build a new plant for producing these goods. We are leaders. If Kirovohrad region, they are monopolists and leaders in production of uranium, and we are leaders in titaniferous materials. Titaniferous raw materials, and the majority of the proved raw materials on the territory of Europe, it's here in our Zhytomyr region, and we have 2 new ferries that excavate this titaniferous materials. We have been working actively with the fund of state real estate. We have been using those facilities that have not been used or underused. We have several facilities that have been just left around, like and brownfields, and we have a plant, for example, that we built there, a plant for production of paper, and another one for pastry. In the nearest future, we also will be implementing a line of energy production, projects in energy production. We have quite developed alternative energy production facilities for solar energy. We have produced energy from biogas. So we are one of the northern regions, so we have the solar power plants. We're quite pleased to be producer of organic products, and it's not the raw materials, but so part of it, of course, we export, but also we have organic meat and organic meal, fully certified plants that produce dairy products and meat products if you you have seen the products with the letter, or that's our products that we export to Europe, to the Arabic countries, to the Eastern countries. And the secret of the success, it's just communication, successful communication on daily basis. Yeah, and if Mr. Fomin joins us, he has been realizing a project with German investments as for processing of construction and production of construction materials and decorative materials. Recently, they have launched a project, a plan together with Germans. That's a company that produces seats. And also I expect in the nearest future there will be a line, there will be a row of successful investment projects. That's just very briefly to answer your question. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, really, we are quite out of agenda and of schedule, and I know that yeah, like two more minutes because the lunch is waiting, and we have online a berry food companies that have been referred to by Mr. Rydivsky. They are waiting us online. The companies that have been realizing the project as for fruit and berries processing. Here we have Mr. Dmytro Fomin, director of the company.
Good afternoon. I hope that I am very well heard. If we speak briefly about the enterprise, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you very well. I ask the guests please to look at the monitors. A few words about the enterprise. We don't have Bill Gates near us. If we speak about the bearers, like sort of I wake up at 5 o'clock, I go to the field, and there are about 100 people, like men, women, maybe elderly women, which collect and pick the berries by hand, and we put them in the fridge and take it to the supermarkets, to the retail chains, which try to do their best to not to pay for our products for as long as possible. And this is the situation that actually repeats itself for over about 5 years. And actually we understood with our partners that we do need processing. So we need some platform. We can be done that. We need a land plot. And of course we need electricity supply. We are located geographically in the Kiev Oblast, Makarev Ryan. There are a lot of plots of land, but there is certain problem, and there are really difficulties with electricity supply. We don't have the necessary capacities and capacities needed for deep freezing or some processing and boiling, and so that's why we drew attention and actually focused on the Tomir Oblast. We addressed Ms. Margarita, and we got the assistance in searching a platform and looking for a platform. And now I think it's the greatest challenge for me is actually moving from the category of from commercial to industry. And in this case, the agency works as an investment nanny because this is new for me. They help me in contacts with contacts with solving difficult situations and points, and Ms. Vitali really is involved, and Victor is also directly involved in the issue. I'm very grateful for the assistance because they interfere in case it's necessary when there are certain obstacles are being faced. And also we've been at the meeting of the investors, and I was very pleasantly surprised that there is a direct connection, and very quickly the issues can be solved, and it's really cool. And I think that's it. Thank you, Dmitry Alexeyevich. It's very nice that our regions, they work with different kinds of business, start with ranging from small businesses to a larger one, and even the most powerful ones with long-lasting history. And really, a lot of businessmen say that we are able to be alone and we'll deal ourselves, simply don't mess up and don't interfere with us. But if people appeal to UkraineInvest, the requirements that we get is actually asking for help, find us contact, maybe arrange a meeting with the local authorities so that we can establish a dialogue, so that together we can sort of work together and develop and rebuild and develop the regions. It's very good and pleasant to say that the local self-government bodies are very open, and it can be seen from this panel and the previous panel that the business likes its region, and the local self-government bodies try to create the most comfortable conditions for their businesses. Thank you all for your speeches, for your reports. Thank you for your attention. I do apologize for lagging behind for the retail. Our lunch is ready. Thank you, Oksana. If the speakers and actually if the audience has some question to our speakers, you're welcome to ask them. Is everything clear? Then can I just as the forum? Just a few minutes, please. I was just heard that my neighbor develops the tourist field. So in Zhytomyr, we really have a great demand in the development and building of the hotel business. So really, we invite you to Zhytomyr Oblast. Like, we are ready to help you with anything possible, like permits, land plans. So come to us, and we're ready to work together. In this case, Vinnytsia also invites you. So thank you, bon appetit, and I hope to see you all back in 45 minutes. You take food and drinks, which has been prepared to you by our company, by our partner, the Moonblog Restaurant.
places where the air is filled with success. Here I felt that investment was welcome. There are places where everyone who works hard and has a great goal succeeds sooner or later. Vioil, Varlam Ukraine, UkraineInvest, Nemirov, Alta Profile, Plasmatech. This list is very long, and all these companies are leaders in their markets. All of them have their production facilities in the Vinnytsia region. This land in the very heart of Ukraine is their cradle and their springboard for success. So why is this region successful? Vinnytsia stands in the center of Ukraine and Eastern Europe, at the intersection of important transit routes in the middle of a large consumer market. Convenient logistics and abounding workforce have played an important role in their development, but not the key one. Besides traditional thermal power plants, the region has 20 small hydropower stations, and another 11 are expected to start running in 3 years. The Vinnytsia region has the most solar power plants in Ukraine. They account for a quarter of the country's solar power generation. Large amounts of power also come from 33 biofuel power plants. Mironivsky Hliboprodukt bread production is about to launch another biogas power facility with a generating capacity of 25 megawatts. Local companies owe a lot to diversified energy sources. But not only to them. The region's real treasure is its highly fertile black soil that generously yields rich harvests of sugar beet, grain, potatoes, and sunflower seed. And there are successful producers of construction materials and equipment, pipes, and welding electrodes. They do not depend on soil fertility. They rely on more important factors of success. Making our decisions, in the first place, we considered workforce availability. At the dawn of the 20th century, the Vinnytsia region was known across Europe as a major producer of sugar. After World War II, machine building, metalworking, and chemical plants were built here. Industrial traditions are handed down from generation to generation. A few weeks ago, my workers and I visited one of the plants of our industrial group in Portugal. I was proud to have such workers. They talked on par with the Portuguese and Italian personnel and even gave them advice. My workers are excellent. The valuable workforce has enabled the local companies to implement their ambitious strategies. But there is one more important factor. It is concerted efforts that produce impressive results. The Vinnytsia Business Club unites the managers of the region's most powerful enterprises. We have a powerful organization that can lobby for our businesses at all levels of authority. For instance, when there was disagreement with controlling agencies, their representatives and members of the club got together and found solutions to this or that issue. There are lots of such examples. Our businesses used to be like in a box, separated from authorities and tax agencies. Now the box is open and we are beginning to talk with each other. It's very important. No business can develop stably where investment capital is unprotected. I can say that no one has stood in the way of my business, and I give credit to the regional authorities for that. I think they've set a good example to their successors. Continuity in the succession of authority is very important. We have just given the green light to a 30 million euro investment project. It will be completed by the end of this year. It's an example of a positive and correct attitude to investors. The most important of all is for authorities to realize that business works to make the people's lives better. Advantageous location, energy security, powerful agribusinesses, high-quality workforce, consolidated businessmen, liberal authorities. There is a feeling of freedom in this land of free winds.
Close your eyes. Imagine the infinite flight over plains and rivers. Imagine a space that might be yours. Feel weightlessness. Feel the energy. Be yourself. Learn about antiquities. Walk through history. Go back in time into the depths of your memory. Take part in a magic show. Stay all by yourself, away from the bustle. Wonder. Learn. Try new flavors. Take pictures. Capture emotions. Dive. Fly. Go beyond. Relax and enjoy. See the sunrise and the sunset. Now open your eyes. You're already here. And you love it. Vinnytsia Region. You'll love it.
Ще раз доброго дня, шановні учасники нашого міжнародного інвестиційного форуму «Вінниця бізнес-центрі України», який відбувається в рамках всеукраїнської міжнародної конференції UkraineInvest Talks Вінниця. Щиро радіємо з того, що ми витримали всі ті панелі, які були у нас до обідньої перерви.
Before lunch, that we have lived through our hopefully tasty lunch, and now we are ready for fruitful work, because the topics that we discuss today are very interesting and really important for the investment policy of both on the market of the whole Ukraine and also in every region, and are characteristic of the regional policies. Today we've looked and listened to the practices of implementing investment projects in the Vinnytsia region. It was very pleasing to listen to the fact that what our colleagues from Zhytomyr, Kirovohrad and Khmelnytskyi regions told us about. And now we move to the third block of our communication, and we are going to speak about a dialogue of the private speaker with international financial organizations that also take part in financing the investment projects in the region and like nationwide, and how this dialogue is being built and how this dialogue is going to be fruitful and beneficial for both sides, and thus the investment policy of financing these or those projects happens. In this third block, in an online mode, we'll have Elena Voloshina with us, will join us. She's the head of the representative office of the IFC in Ukraine. And now, please, your applause. Thank God offline. Rostislav Maraikin, regional coordinator on Eastern Europe in the field of renewable energy. Lyubov Semenyuk, the head of the executive board of the Vinnytsia food processing factory LLC. Evgen Vazhov, the commercial director of the Hyson dairy plant, and Elena Voroshilova, head of the vector of the development of trade and relations with the regions of UBTA, Ukrainian Business and Trade Association. And the moderator of this panel will be Elvina Selyusin, the head of the analytics department of the UkraineInvest. So please, within 45 minutes, we are going to learn about how we are going to cooperate with the international financial organizations. The search for the sources of financing is the issue that every entrepreneur is faced with one way or the other. And of course, one of such sources can be a bank loan because it's quite an expensive capital, which additionally gives some additional requirements, for the loan. And as an alternative, it can be receiving a loan or a grant from an international financial organization. And it should be noted that the international financial organizations provide not only finances but also some organizational and technical support and support in implementing the best technical practices. About this and many other things, we are going to speak with our speakers. So, Lubavartena, tell us about your cooperation with USAID. You've already received 2 grants from USAID, and also, could you please tell us which criteria should the applicant meet in order to get the grant from the international organization? Good afternoon, my name is Lyubov Semenyuk. I'm the founder and at the same time the director of the private joint stock company VHS. We produce food products. So we were founded in 1999 as the result of the reorganization of the plant for production, and actually we were one of the few who were able to preserve our staff and to actually move along with time. Of course, over these 21 years, we've done a lot to increase the volumes of production, to grow the pace of growth, because the clear profit was then invested into the development of our enterprise. We understood that there would be no development without, there will be no future without the development. But in order to increase the pace of the development and the growth of the production, the volumes of the production, and expanding the production in order to produce more added value, we also needed and we tried to find some loans or take part in various donor programs and projects. Thus, in 2017, we received the grant from Agency on International Development under the U.S. Congress. It's USAID under the program of agri-development. It was the refitting and re-equipping the production line for sauces and spices. This project was financed in terms of co-financing, of course, at the cost of this event. And due to receiving the grant, we've done a lot in terms of increasing the volume of production, growing the capacities, improving the capacities twice, improving the working conditions, and expanded the supplies of agricultural materials, raw materials, and products, decreased the energy consumption for the production, and also increased the volumes of processing the agricultural produce. But these achievements were achieved, but these things we achieved only through the grant. What challenges did we face in order to before facing and actually how we received this grant? But before we do that, of course, the first step was that this company should be legal and transparent. Of course, in order to get a co-financing, we should have your own capital. We do have this. We have very nice balance, and because of this, people and actually banks and other financial structures are very much ready to work with us and eager to work with us, and this was actually the reason so that our concept is approved. During the first step, our concept was approved, but after that we had a very long and hard work on cooperating with USAID, and of course this company should have all the permits. We should have the permits for disposal of hazardous waste. And in order to get the grant, obtain the grant, there was a previously conducted work by the experts conducted by Washington, D.C. They were present at the enterprise. They looked through everything. They looked at all the documents, and only afterwards, when we've passed the ecological expertise, we received the possibility to sign the grant agreement. After that, after we received it and signed the grant, we received the grant, and then step by step we moved on these goals and objectives that were written in the agreement. We didn't move neither step to the right nor step to the left, simply like very clearly step by step we moved along the tasks and objectives. Yes, due to the fact that we actually adhered to the plan and gave quarterly reports in the event. And actually I would like to say that also every step, every stage was controlled by an expert of the USAID project. They went to the enterprise. Every fact was photographed and then accordingly was sent to Washington. And I would like to say that for us it was a present. During all the years of our activity, we've paid a lot of money to the budget and the budget funds. And having received this grant, we did not expect actually that it was possible to do that, but we still got them. Financing this allowed us to drastically increase the volumes of production and to develop in a faster pace. Thanks to the fact that we showed our efficiency very clearly and correctly performed the tasks on the first grant in 2020, we got the opportunity to once again take part in another competition, the competitive economy of Ukraine. Our concept once again on introduction of new modern high-tech line on purification of the mustard seeds. Our concept was approved, and thanks to the fact that we have a nice history of a good grant history, we received the second grant, and this allowed us to develop this enterprise further in a shorter period of time. We were able to expand the capacities of our production lines. We have the chance to now move to the export with our new products, and not with the products, the food products that we go to different exhibitions and we don't get the results, because we understood there is, unfortunately, people wait for us more with the raw materials and actually with the grain of the mustard, and so that's why the seeds of the mustard, and so that's why we need to move along with time. We need to give good salaries, and we need to develop and move to the export markets with the things that people wait us with. So that's our story, but in addition to that, we've also actually spent a lot of our own funds. We understand very well that without the development, we have no future, and that's why we need to simply develop and to keep your employees and keep the stuff. Thank you.
Так, такий досвід успішної співпраці з МФО.
Good experience of successful cooperation. So considering summing up what you said, it's transparency, readiness to work fruitfully and within the system. Mr. Evgeny, your company has participated in forming of Ukrainian-German foundation within Europe business. That took leading places in business ratings in Ukraine. Tell us a few words. Well, let me greet the forum participants and the organizer team. Thank you for the invitation. Well, I represent Hysen Milk Dairy Plant. Our company has has a rich history, and we have been founded in 1932, and all the history of our dairy plant is a history of transformation that I would share, that we would always need to transform, to change our production facilities, our equipment. Sometimes we do need some outer funds and we need to take loans, so we go to several organizations, and in 2017 we applied to Ukrainian German Foundation, and that is a participant of international financial cooperation, and thanks to the support of the partner Credit Bank, we have been given a loan, and we were given a loan that we could use for refurbishment of our equipment. Well, from my experience, because ProCredit Bank is a partner of the German fund of Ukrainian German farm. Well, all the preparation has been done by them, so they helped us to formalize the documents. As for us, what we needed to show, that's transparency, how we are going to spend it, because German bank and German organizations, they need to see transparent financial reports. So we delivered them our financial reports and filed an application, and within several months we were successful to get the approval, no objection, and we got a loan that we could refurbish our equipment, remodernize. Equipment remodernization that gives you a possibility to invest in quality, in sustainability of the processes. That is why when we talk about applying to international financial organization, and if we talk about launching our products on the European markets, I would say that we need to remodernize, to upgrade in order to expand. Also, we need to knock on the door to apply. Cooperation with international financial cooperation gave us a possibility to give economic advantages, that we could raise the quality of our products and render better, higher quality services. That is why I invite you to apply to international financial organizations. Thank you. So that's one more time we hear that we need to be transparent, to deliver transparent financial reports in order to get the cheaper money. And now we have online Olena Voloshina, the chief of IFC in Ukraine.
багато років є надійним партнером.
For many years, IFC have been a reliable partner for private investors. IFC has been helping to realize, to implement projects, and Olena has been, and IFC has been the principal counsellor for regional councils within Kherson region, and has ambitious plans as for implementation.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to speak after two such interesting and successful stories of Ukrainian business which were able to attract the financing from the international sources. We are also such a source of financing and source of expertise. We represent the group of International World Bank, and we do it through private sector, and we do it by financing this private sector and also by creating favorable conditions for this sector. And those successful stories and best practices that we've heard about, that we could add maybe about a dozen of our clients, Ukrainian clients. These are such a famous group, but the Naftagaz, the Astart, the Miron Product, AgriFusion, and these are just those few companies that everyone knows and that everybody has heard of. And I'm very pleased to note that these companies truly we speak about this openness, transparency, structured financial information. These were the companies that were able to have a correct business strategy, and we gladly helped them financially to implement this strategy. Over the last year or year and a half, starting from the pandemic, IFC has responded by a specially allocated sum of money in the sum of $8 billion, which is actually a lot for our existing clients, and I'm very pleased that Ukrainian client was one of those. Novopereslishna was among those who was among the first ones to use this opportunity, and they actually got the money by the intensified procedures I've already said. Apart from the private sectors, we also deal with the support of the municipal structure. In Ukraine, we've started implementing municipal projects starting from Mariupol. It was the first program that was signed by us together with the governments of Switzerland and Austria, and this was the financing that was allocated for purchasing the technological transport. Since then, we expand that program, and currently we have 3 cities. You've mentioned Smart City. We've implemented this project already in Zaporizhia, and Zaporizhia has become the first city in the Central and Eastern Europe region in which AFC is trying to implement such a program, and our Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia is the first city that where we try to implement this program. We have the package financing of $30 million for the municipality of the city of Zaporizhia. The main part will be spent on the environmentally friendly public transportation, but also there is a component which is called the smart city component, and here we speak about the provision of financing that can be used for installing the sensors that would measure the pressure in the water pipes and in the heat providing pipelines, and actually also about the sound systems that would allow the proper management of the city infrastructure. We hope that this program is successful and we will be able to implement it in other cities. Also, additionally, now we are signing together with Kryvyi Rih. We are speaking about the provision of modern tram park. We work with Kiev together with the World Bank in order to have studied the possibilities for complex solving of the transport issue for the city, and we also work with the city of Lviv, in where we speak about the purchase of modern trolleybuses that allow the trolleybuses to move for 15 kilometers without the connection to the electricity line, which would drastically increase the efficiency of the transport infrastructure. And we've also launched the e-mobility project, and I'm actually pleased that Vinnytsia has become one of the 5 cities where we do implement this project. And this project gives a complex view at the transport infrastructure, which would allow to find a solution of how should we shift to green technologies and green transportation technologies. And the first conclusion that has already been made by the specialists who implement this project is that Vinnytsia would be able to practically fully move to electricity transport. We've calculated that, yes, the initial stage, the expenditures are going to be much higher, But if we calculate the expenditures for the fuel and maintenance of this transportation, and also we add the influence on the environment, then in fact it is economically viable and acceptable to shift to the fully electric public transport. And I think that we are going to work with the city further in this field. Thank you very much, and I'm ready to answer all your questions.
Today we also have a representative of FUN. FUN is an expert network of financial consultants that allows, it helps us and support the company owners to prepare the project ready to investment. For investment. So, Mr. Rostislav, are there any owners of the projects? Do they apply to in order to prepare the projects what they want to attract the money from international financial organization? Well, first of all, let me thank for the invitation. And yes, we are partners of investment organizations, and I would like to highlight such a professional professionalism in creating the panel, because here we have financial organization, we have business, and we are the programs that helps, that supports business to get those financing from international financial organizations. And such a setting is very favorable. It's very good to demonstrate. And several words about UFUN. That's a program of UNIDA, United Nations program. We have been working from 2006. I have been managing the region of Eastern Europe and Asia, so there are 15 countries here. Ukraine is among them, and because I'm here located in Ukraine, I also manage also I'm the country coordinator, Ukrainian coordinator. Since 2019, we have been developing the region, and altogether we have been working all around the world. As a project, we have attracted more than 2 billion of investments, and our program, and I would like to highlight, we offer free consultations as to preparation of projects in order to attract investments, to ask for investments. How we do it, and I'm often asked, and that is why people are often curious how it is possible that we offer it free. But that's because of where you need a program. That's what we where the UNIDA gets the money of which you expect that you should pay for our services. They take the money from the Australian, Swedish, Norwegian, United States sponsors. And the program is financed thanks to the donations from the sponsors, from the donors. And what we do, we pay for directly to the consultants, that they come and consult your projects, your company, and that is how it works, free for businesses, for companies. Well, we are a kind of a bridge that unites business and investments. And very often it happens that very good projects that are being prepared for investments, they are not structured till the end. They somehow not comprehensible when considering all the risks that the investor wants to see the picture, how are you going to place them and mitigate them. And on that stage, we sustain business people to prepare very good business project, financial model, so that it would be written in English, so that it would be a project ready for investment. That is what we do, what we actually do. We finance the consultants that render consultants to business. It's not only to business, not only to countries. We have started to work with municipal projects. And very actively we have been developing the project written by amalgamated communities when developing their projects, and also helping them, giving them idea what projects they might they may write, they may apply, and the communities, they have got lots of issues, lots of troubles, and somehow they need to start from the issue to problem solving and to create a project that would find the solutions. And that's how we work out the whole procedure, how we work. We accept applications. We have quite a user-friendly website that also has gives information how to file an application, and we accept applications 24/7, and it's once in 3 months that we somehow we process this accepted applications. Sometimes our terms to file the application, they don't coincide with real quotas, so be attentive, read attentively what are the terms, and then we also run workshops and trainings and explain how to write a business plan. We don't do it like a conference or a workshop. It's just it's individual consultant from the country that applies for the support for the projects, and the consultant should be speaking your language, should be located in your countries, and have certain experience in your branch. And then when we somehow when we help with your projects, and when it is already ready for investing, sometimes we are in matchmaking, and when we help you to find the finances, the funds that needed to implement your project. What is important, we don't have the right, we don't ask you for the rights, for the intellectual rights, for implementation, for writing your business projects. We are not looking, it doesn't mean that it will be us to look for the funds and your investors. We invite you to look for the investors, to look for the loans, for the money. IFO and banks, we have different stages of global partnerships. We have established global partnerships with International Monetary Fund. It's our global partner. We work with EBRD, with European Investment Bank, and several other organizations. It's on the global level. That is why we can work in every other country. Well, maybe I take a long time to tell lots of things about us, but talking about best practices, we had quite a good case from last year. The idea is how it happened. The company Instray that produced Euro pellets and exports these Euro pellets, they would produce these pellets, so they would also use wood planks for these Euro pellets, and they had lots of residues, wood residues, which they needed somehow to use and utilize, and to make it energy efficient and in an economical way. So what idea they have got, their idea, the first idea that they could just burn it in order to get thermal energy and electricity for their company. But because they are not specialists in energy production, so they applied to us with the idea that we could help them to work out this project. And as I mentioned, they were not somehow, they even bought a turbine that later they would not use it, and that is why I say, like, first draft a plan well, that these were costs that they incurred because they were not specialists. But with our support, so we gave explanation, we offered them some guided tours to the companies that are engaged in the same kind of business or have the same kind of equipment. We talked it over. What investment they need. It was about 12 million of investment. We prepared the warehouses and we attracted the investor for this project that allowed to implement it. Why this case is interesting? The investor, after having considered the project with the use of biomass, they of course controlled the business, and well, the investor joined the business. So instead of 12 million for the separate project, we attracted the investor. So practically it's not about the energy efficiency effects that, but he was so much interested in the company, so that he invested in this business, they expanded it, and now they are planning to build another company in Kyiv region and in Lviv region. So it's quite an interesting case when the money attracts money, investment attracts investment. One more time, let me thank you for the invitation and for your attention. Thank you. Well, I think we need just to tell more in detail about cooperation with International Monetary Fund. It's very important to highlight that the projects that one would apply for, they should have this green component, and the international financial organization have been supporting the projects of green finances and sustainable development. So it's kind of match. Oh, thank you, yes, for reminding that it's a crucial point in our programs. That's it's a risk-clean project. It's this green project component. We don't take all the applications. We accept the applications with the ecological component. It's either decrease of
it's either the reduction of CO2 emissions or the adaptation to the climate. So the projects that were submitted to us should have these components. It's the fields of application is not only renewable energy, it can also be agribusiness, and it can also be medicine and tourism, and of course it can be the waste, and we have a very long list. And how do we attract the investments? In this case, it depends on how we have built the investment models at the stage of the preparation to the project. And we do understand what is necessary for the project. And, in most cases, we lack this. Traditionally, we lack the capital and good loaning. I mean, meaning the good percent. And of course, our projects, they require investments into the own capital and the attraction of interesting in terms of an interest rate loans. So these are the projects that I speak about. So of course, respectively, after the preparation of the project, after drafting the project, we address with the investment motors to the pool of all our partners, and we make we send the information to all of it, to the banks, to the IFC, and to the private investors, and we also partner with investment structures. And in this case, it's a very interesting synergy effect that may be observed. It's not a secret that there is a lot of money in this world. Really, that's true. But the difficult part is to get this money. And with us, it's like large investment companies are happily cooperating with us because they do save on the expenditures. So in order to fill in the portfolios, they need to have their representation offices in every country, some certain network to go there, to have some business trips and create communications. And in this case, they simply come to us, they get the ready-made projects, they can look at the teaser. If they are happy with the teaser, they can look and actually view the main documents and make a decision regarding the investments, saving on the expenditures on increasing the income and so on and so forth. So that's why the investors and the large banks are interested in cooperating with us. Thank you. And also with us today is also Valena Varashilova, the representative of Ukrainian Trade and Business Association. She will not speak about mostly of the sources of financing, but also about mostly on the activities and measures that would help the entrepreneurs to get additional financing in the future. Dear guests and participants of the forum, I'm happy to welcome you here at the platform, which unites the representatives of the business, the representatives of the power and the public. And actually, on whose behalf I'm actually speaking here today, the Ukrainian Business and Trade Association is a non-for-profit organization which is a platform for export-oriented companies which are united around the idea of sustainable development and the establishment of such strong business ties between Ukraine, the countries of the European Union, of Europe in general, the countries of African countries, the Middle East and Asia. It should be noted that in Ukraine, currently, we have quite a large number of business communities, and very often I'm asked on how is your association significantly different from the others. So I would like to focus on these differences. First of all, I would like to say that for the Ukrainian business, we act as a politically neutral partner, which at the same time has quite an influential, quite an influential voice in Ukrainian state institutions. At the same time, we quite actively cooperating with our international partners because we are registered in Europe, namely in Brussels. We have our own office in Brussels, and in Berlin we work. We also have a team there, and we are registered in the EU Transparency Register as the official lobbyist. That allows us as an association to help the business on establishing some close ties with our partners who facilitate the establishment of B2B contacts, on the quality of which depends the further cooperation of our exporters with international consumers, suppliers, counteragents. At the same time, it should be noted that the association is very closely cooperates with the bodies of state power. Namely, we are basically the back office of the Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine on European and Euro-Atlantic integration, Ms. Olga Stefanishina, and the Deputy Minister of Economy, the Trade Representative Taras Kachka, and we are actively cooperating with the ministries. Namely, first of all, we signed a memorandum with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, within the framework of which we've joined the Board of Investors and Exporters, and at the same time the Ministry of Economy, due to a number of issues, in which we are actually related to both the business and the authority, we cooperate with them as well. At the same time, it should be, I think, mostly focus on some key aspects of the activity of the association, which lie in on the fact that we were created as an association for the business, and thus we form our structure, our committee structure that foresees or presupposes the establishment of sectoral committees that direct their activity on providing for the needs of our members and partners, primarily the export-oriented companies. What do we speak about? First of all, for example, when the company is planning, for example, the company works in the agrarian sector, and thus it faces a number of problems or as it's often said, some bottlenecks which does not allow to realize the potential that the company really has. So we organize such members into a committee, and then we work in such fields and factors as legislative initiative, and this is the drafting of normative and legislative documentation on terms of currently it is, for example, about deregulation of permit obtaining procedures. It's the veterinary medications. This is regulating the pesticides and plant protecting substances, and also we speak about the safety of child feeding and also the beekeeping sphere and so on and so forth. At the same time, also our association deals with the support of the small entrepreneurs and small producers, and in this case we've used the innovative approach because we do support the supporters through developing a regional program of craft production, craft-oriented production. Each of us, I think, at least once a year face with the problem of the craft produce. But at this time, it's not a regulated field, and actually the legislative regulation and understanding of which sector of food sector should this production be actually related to. So the Agrarian Committee works with that. And I think that the key aspect that should be noted also is actually the work that lies in the development of a roadmap on the transformation of the food production lines. And this is a very exhausting and demanding work, which actually is focused on the change of the approaches in the agri field, and that is aimed at increasing the level of safety of the food products as well as actually all food produce in general. And at the same time, it should be noted that this roadmap was developed with the consideration of modern tendencies and especially within the framework of climatic change. Strange as it may seem, currently all these position documents and provision documents, policy documents, they should take into consideration all the environmental challenges that the planet is facing today. And so we have smoothly moved to the second leading committee that functions within our association. This is a Sustainable Development and European Green Course Committee, or Green Vector Development Committee. Actually, all of us as an end consumer or a businessman faces the everyday strictening of the norm of the environmental legislation and ecological legislation, and thus it all requires additional financing, both for the business people. This is the need to attract additional investment in order to implement those projects, to modernize the equipment. And this all is a challenge for our business people, and our business representatives, unfortunately, are not yet well aware of all the key aspects, and very often they do not want to plunge into in-depth knowledge. But however, our team really helps them to do it, and we prepare the analytical selections that allow them to monitor the national environmental legislation and directly the international legislation. And in this case, we speak about the fact that our analytical experts and our support team, they don't only translate the position that has a place in Europe, but they also give proposals as to the adapted approach in order for the European Green Course to not move into the dead end for the business, not to become a dead end of the business. At the same time, we are actively working on studying the provisions related to the CBAM, which was announced by the European Commission this year in July this year, and it's foreseen as a tool of additional taxation of the CO2 trace in certain categories of the goods. It's all very interesting, but unfortunately our speaker says that we have a very limited time in a YouTube channel. That's why we have to be a bit maybe more laconic, really just a few words. So apart from the Sustainable Development Committee and the European Green Course, we also have a pharmaceutical committee that deals with the issues of promoting Ukrainian medications on the European market and overcoming the non-tariff barriers. And at the same time, the Ukrainian Association of Trade and Business and Trade is also the PROM campaign with the involvement of the BBC on the platforms and the internet platforms of BBC. The information is placed about Ukraine as a country which is a reliable trading partner, the center of a leading IT thought, and currently we are dealing with filming the video about Ukraine, which will be broadcasted in the second half of September on the BBC channels. And in the end, I would like to say that the key aspect of the work of the association is a B2B vector, which we organize through our trade missions, through processing the appeals and demands for the market, sales markets, and opening the new markets, export markets. And on certain events, just a few seconds, that the measures and activities that we organize, they are actually topical events, and they're focused on the topics, and they're dedicated to the topics that we focus on. And currently we are planning on holding regional activities, so that's why we are now preparing for the event that is going to take place in Khmelnytsky. We also got the support from the Vinnytsia State Administration. We've agreed upon the certain conditions and the concept of holding such an event. So that's why I invite everyone interested. And if there are questions after the event, I'm ready to answer the question. Thank you. Thank you for the invitations. And I thank you for this interesting talk and an interesting discussion. Then we are now finishing. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your valuable pieces of advice. If the audience has got any questions, please put them. Oh, thank you very much for very valuable advice, for sharing your experience, and let us pass the floor to the fourth block and for our discussions that we dedicated to development of industrial parks. And now we'll be introduced to those people that had those industrial parks, that somehow became a participant of the projects that have been implemented within the activity of the industrial parks in our region and in the neighborhood regions. The industrial park is this synergy of research and development and technical resources aimed at the implementation of big industrial initiatives and progress. On this topic, within this discussion, we'll be talking with Dmytro Kiselevsky, member of the Parliament, deputy head of the fraction of R&D. He will join us online and offline. Please meet Mykola Wawrysiuk, deputy head of Khmelnytsky City Council. Mr. Wawrysiuk. Please greet Svetlana Yarova, director of the municipal company Vinnytsia Industrial Park. Please join us on the seat. Katerina Savchuk, director of Korostensky Zavod of oh no, she's missing. And let me invite to be a moderator Mr. Volodymyr Panchak from the Key Strategies. Is a managing partner. So industrial parks, these are industrial clusters for joint activity of companies that would aim at development of industrial potential of Ukraine, please. Good afternoon. Well, as far as I understand that we are working for YouTube and for those for our YouTube audience, and of course after lunch it is very difficult to get together because everybody continues to communicate, and let us thank for that our organizing team. Because practically all the new friends we meet here at forums, and it's very important, really, it's crucial. Let me start presentation with myself. I will start not to boast, but just to remind that in 2011 there was a book published about special economic areas, and Ukraine at that time already had 10 years of experience in creating special regimes, special mode zones. And yesterday I was talking to one of the representatives from the municipality, and it turned out that that there are people in Ukraine that don't know anything about industrial parks. And one of the consultants mentioned, one of the facilities mentioned that there is 4 people out of 100 that don't know that happen not to know anything about Coca-Cola. So industrial parks are not so popular in Ukraine as Coca-Cola, but that is why let me start for my online and offline audience that we will be talking about industrial parks as creation in accordance within the framework of legislation of 2012. There are more than 30 territories, lands and areas where there is a special economic mode with benefits in accordance with the law of Ukraine dated 2012. My first question will be to Mr. Dmytro Kiselevsky. I don't know whether he's online or offline. Good afternoon. Mr. Kiselevsky is online. I'm pleased to see you here online. That's a principal developer and or initiator of the law 16.1. We'll have several questions that I would like to address to you. So one of them, how difficult it was to prepare to draft this law 16.9. And how it was to implement this law, and also for the offline audience, for those who haven't been present at our forum, but this law was mentioned by the governor, by the mayor, by the head of the regional council, and representatives from Kropivnitsky, Zhytomyr, Khmelnytsky. Everybody was referring the industrial parks, so we would be referring, but still we would like to ask you about this legislative draft also that's already a law.
Thank you, Volodymyr Grigorovich. Can you hear me well? Yes, everything is okay. Good. Okay, that's great. So, once again, I'll introduce myself. I'm Dmytro Kiselevsky. I'm the Deputy Head of the Economic Committee of the Verkhovna Rada. This year, Parliament has really made a very useful and maybe strategic activity. We really started to put the real content and the real tool of the economic development as industrial park. So, what is industrial park? Maybe there are those 4 people who don't know what it is. If speaking in simple words, this is an office center for industrial production. It's a plot of land of the industrial land which has a connection with the roads and railways, where you can quite quickly make a building and actually start the production and start the business. Really, in 2012 or 2013, a law has been adopted on industrial parks, and it's been functional for many years. As a result, it's 51 registered industrial park, which apart from 1 or 2 are simply a legal entity. There is a field with high grass, and there is not even 1 building built on that. At the same time, in our neighbors, both friendly and unfriendly neighbors, industrial parks, they give really good, fruitful results. For example, in Hungary, 30% of GDP is formed in industrial parks, since the economy of Turkey and the industry has grown on industrial parks and orangeries. And actually in Poland, again, they work quite effectively. In Slovakia, and also in South Korea industrial parks, so practically half of the employment is covered by industrial parks. So really it's a functional tool. So why does it work with them and it doesn't work with us? The reason is quite simple, as the absence of stimuli. An industrial park becomes to be very appealing for the creation of the production only at the cost of various forms of state support which the investor gets from this industrial park. So what does our foreign actually partner says? That shouldn't be no actually state support, but well, yes, it does work. It actually works vice versa. So we should be working and like they do and not actually listen to what they say. So currently there are no state stimuli for the industrial parks, and starting from this week we've finally began to change it and amend it. We've approved this draft law that presupposes financial and institutional stimuli for the industrial parks. What does it have? The ability of financing from the budget, of getting the infrastructure and networks to the industrial park, the possibility to compensate the connecting to the networks within the parks, and the possibility to compensate some bank interests and bank rates on the loans. And actually for the next 4 years we are planning to presuppose at least 2 billion hryvnia expenditures on the implementation of the budget programs of supporting the industrial parks. Another thing, we've also broadened the land plots and types of land plots that can be used for industrial parks. It was from 15 to 70 hectares, and now it's from 10 to 1,000 hectares. And we also presuppose the creation of a state body that would be involved in the development of industrial parks and other some procedural issues which are quite important, but I don't think that we should stop on it right now. And so that now nobody has some certain like desire to maybe abuse this law, so that we have certain preventative measures. We have body that should be physically and legally a legal entity be located on the territory of this industrial park. And so there are also like the processing industry, the waste processing, a part of burial, R&D development and telecommunication. The direct prohibition is for the placement of gambling facilities and the production of excise goods apart from cars. And now there is a whole decision of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, the fact that now the industrial park is put into the register. As you have already noted, that this draft law is part of the package of 3 draft laws, and the one that has been adopted and passed, it contains the financial institutional stimuli, and the other 2 have been developed and registered, and they have other stimuli that will have a chance to talk about it. If you do not disconnect, because now the few speakers will answer the questions, and if you're going to stay online with us, we are going to listen to you. If no, then let's speak right away. What do you have with the time? How are you with time? No, I will gladly listen to other speakers and participate in the discussion. Okay, then I address the speakers. So the words of the speakers and actually my words, and actually you can express your thoughts, because practically we have a practical panel as the moderator has announced us. And actually now I'm very happy because I'm now passing the floor to answer the questions to Svetlana Yarova. Ms. Svetlana Yarova, the question is, which tools have been used and are used by your innovative center for attracting the investors? Because the legislators very often are in a certain euphoria or some euphoric state, because if the law is passed, that means that everything is going to be fine, and then at the local level we find out that we can't implement something or we can't get something. And well, now simply like repeat it once again. There is like a sort of really very important law in terms of, in the context that for 7 years we've had like really like sort of the Ministry of Finance has simply ignored and the committee of the Verkhovna Rada, and really like it has happened, and 2 billion hryvnias, even more, can be allocated for the infrastructure, and the deputies can vote for that. But you have your own tools apart from those legislative tools that are given to you and sent to you by the legislator. So what are these tools and what is the efficiency of these tools?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm glad to greet you here at the forum, those who remain, who are with us online and offline. Let me thank the deputies that they offer to add additional stimulus, and it's very important for us, to those who lead the industrial parks, for those who run in the municipalities, for this economic sectors, and it's very difficult to compete with our Eastern European neighbors who have very good stimulus and benefits from the state. Well, talking about the answer to your question about the tools, well, we use all possible tools or solutions. We are looking for solutions. We are looking for investors either in north or south, east or west, and with now we have been talking about transferring production facilities from China to Eastern Europe, and some of the companies are looking for the land plots in Eastern Europe. Why not Ukraine? Why not Vinnytsia? And we are hoping that these companies will be registering in Ukraine and paying taxes to Ukraine, and will be offering working place to Ukrainians. What are the tools? Well, there are lots of tools that can be used. That's like in sales. Like you make an extract and you start working either cold contacts or warm contacts. You can be communicating for 3 months with investors and have warm, friendly relationships, and then you read a newspaper article that they have been investing in another city. So it's quite a huge work, and there is no one single solution. If we talk about our management company, that it has been functioning within and under Vinnytsia City Council. Vinnytsia City Council, they have been the client for building Vinnytsia technological parks. These are two different parks, industrial parks and technical parks, and there is a huge difference, and we'll talk more about it. So there is no one solution how to work with investors. That's a complex work of the region, of the departments within this city municipality, some personal contacts between the local authorities, within the dignitaries of the city and oblast. For example, we have this ACUs. Can you share some tools or mechanism how to attract investors? How I have heard personally so many reports of you, but still I would draw a conclusion that's a complex of professionalism of managers that work on sites in regions, that somehow to be in the right place in the right time. That's why some concrete 100% successful solution I couldn't share with, but I have a question to Dmytro. Dmytro, are you still online? Because I would like to ask you a question. Yes, I'm here. Well, we are very thankful to you for your great work. And as for regulating, I heard and we read, of course, that there will be this process of registering industrial parks is quite it was not easy, it was not simple, but now it is still it will be still be more complex. And why should we re-register those 3 parks that we have in order to use the benefits? And why did you decide that you need to re-register? Okay, that's perfect answer to my question, because somehow, well, that's what you, well, the law foresees that you will need to confirm that you that at the moment you have been registered from those 51 registered industrial parks. Well, actually there are half of them dead that are not going to work. That is why it's not lots of things that you need to confirm, but it's not we talk about re-registering. There will be some need to confirm some of the activities, but also you need to understand as a point of view that we at first we would somehow we couldn't perceive ourselves, but that's what our financial ministers what they talk. When the practically when the state was not investing money, then we left it as it was. But now somehow the parks that will apply to get the financing from the state, so the state needs to have some guarantee that that it will not become a tool of dividing money. That's why there will be some strengthening requirements as to the industrial parks. Well, we have 3 industrial parks that we have invested about 80 million hryvnias. We have invested as a municipality, and we have some 160 million more that we need to invest. That is why we would be very thankful if you suggest us some working mechanism that we can get. We as a community, as a amalgamated community, can ask to restore, to refund us those expenses that we already invested in industrial parks, so that we could use it from the next year. Well, the working mechanism will be needed if if the government will. If the cabinet of minister will allocate the funds that will be spent. If the funds will not has not been allocated, then no mechanism will happen. So how we were working on this for this, we gathered together lots of things, lots of member of parliaments. We would be traveling all around Europe. We would be discussing with the Ministry of Economics, with the Ministry of Regional Development, with managing companies, with the mayors of amalgamated communities, and as a result of this, we wrote a draft that has become a foundation of legal act. And the same for the decrees and regulations. Somehow that is the way how we are planning to proceed in order so that the mechanism would be practical for all. Well, what about that we pass the floor to our next speaker, Mr. Vreshchuk? I would like to announce some of the numbers that we have calculated, our company has calculated. In Ukraine, we can create in the nearest 5 years well, the industrial parks, not about 10,000 hectares of land could be used for industrial parks. Now it's 0.2 thousand hectares that is used. Whether they are working on, in order to work the infrastructure for this industrial parks, we need like $1 billion US dollars. That is 27 billions of hryvnias. That is the amount for funds for the state budget and for the local budget. It's not such a big amount of money. If we plan in a correct way for 5 years, say, then from one point of view, the state can foresee, can plan these funds, and of course not 100% of the amount that need. And in the countries that use these tools, about 20% is financed by the state as a catalyzer, as a driver. That is 200 US dollars, 200,000 US, like, or 6 billions of hryvnias. So if the legislators think that 2 billions of hryvnias annually for 5 years, that is an amount which would be enough. That will be amount according to international standards. So 1 billion invested in infrastructure, and 20% of it the state needs to invest. The important thing that they would not go back with this decision, because as far as I know, Mykola, I know that the municipality of Vinnytsia have been investing in the development of industrial park, in development of infrastructure, and is going to invest more and more. And I would like to hear from you whether the state, how the community would proceed with investing the money and get the money somehow from the state budget. and how the how the parks should have the ready-made infrastructure so to attract investors. And well, have you made any calculations, or have you been doing any calculations, and have you been aware in order to invest in the parks? And I'm sure of it because I know because of calculations we have made, the most profitable thing to invest is for.
Good afternoon, everyone's present is Mykola Havrashuk. It's the deputy mayor of Khmelnytsky, and the network of industrial parks has been developed and it's very good. And actually, what you've said, what is actually important, it's sort of very simple. If the mayor worries about the community, he will worry about the industrial park because it's really efficient and it has shown its efficiency in other cities. You don't need to invent a bicycle. In this case, you simply need to get the practices and simply continue working in this field. Speaking about the industrial parks and speaking about why we need that, I will just boast a bit, but simply a few days ago, there was a rating of competitiveness level of the cities of Vinnytsia, where Khmelnytsky has become the absolute leader in terms of the competitiveness of the city of Vinnytsia. It was actually it's the rating where the business is taken, and more than 4,000 representatives of private entrepreneurs, legal entities, and they asked them how comfortable it is to work with the city authorities and the city council, and how does the city council treat the business. And it's the second year in a row that we are the winners in this list. And for us, the industrial park and its creation and its efficient launch of its work, it's very important because the business trusts the authorities in Khmelnytsky, and we really want to keep helping the businesses and together with the business to move in the vector of development of our community. In Khmelnytsky, when we started creating the Khmelnytsky Industrial Park, unfortunately now it exists only on paper, and then I'll tell you more about that in detail. We were focused with the land plot. I will speak now about the practical things. Maybe some cities are listening to who do not know what it is, and so before we had amalgamated communities, getting the plot land was really a serious issue. Now it would be much easier to get that. When we get 24 villages who joined Khmelnytsky, it was much easier to choose the land plot, and at that time we've chosen the land plot. And now 90 hectares have been now allocated under close to Khmelnytsky for the industrial park. After that, we've passed all the registration procedures, a lot of bureaucratic procedures that we've passed, and now we are in the register. And here we are now in Khmelnytsky. We are at the stage of actually designing and connecting to the networks and the supply networks, infrastructure networks. The price of this construction and connection is about 70 million hryvnias. That means that when we speak about gas supply, water supply, energy supply, and the roads take up the largest amount of the money required because we need the roads directly leading to the industrial park. Currently, we have now the competition for the managing company. It will be a private managing company, and until the 20th of September, we still get proposals from the managerial companies, and on the 21st of September we are going to have a meeting of the competitive committee, and I hope that we will elect and select the managerial company who will then deal with our industrial park. So the city authorities have made a decision that next year we will allocate the funding for that, and during the next several years I do hope it will give a very positive sign regarding the draft law, and I really hope that this money at the level of the state will be allocated and will help the industrial parks, because Khmelnytsky also hopes for this support, but we do understand that the main burden will lie on the local budget, and the motives are very simple, because while returning to the cooperating with the business, any invested hryvnia in the industrial park can really pay back quite quickly, even including the PAT tax, but don't even speak about that, because at the local level for the industrial park, we put the rate for 0.1%. So for the 90 hectares, the managerial company will pay 30,000 hryvnias a month. This is an additional motivator that was at the state level. Now we didn't have it at the state level, but we made it in the local level, even not taking into consideration the PAT. we still believe that 5 up to 7 years these investments can be returned. Thank you. I would just once again like to repeat for the broadcasting and for the future hearing and listening, so we can see a very correct and proper approach of the city. They set practically a 0% rent for the land. This again, once again, meets the international practices, because the land in the non-developed areas doesn't cost anything and simply creates an illusion of a certain income of the local budget. They bid on creating jobs, because as far as I understand, you require a certain amount of jobs from the managerial company who's going to attract the investments. One of the requirements is 5,000 jobs, because the international practices says that if we calculate our area, that's what it is. Then, so in our requirement is a highly qualified specialist in innovative fields, and that should be represented in innovative fields and branches of economy should be presented in the and 50 million euro the managerial company should attract within the first 5 years. That's the strategy that we've developed for the next 5 years from the start of the work, but from this beginning when we finish all the works on creating the network. So practically it's $500,000 per hectare. The international practice says that this really means not even innovative business, this means even much simpler business even, and the legislatures actually said that you can get involved into the processing industry and the industrial park. So that's, in my opinion, I think you could set even a higher rate. You could say it at least $3 million per hectare within the framework of those technologies that are going to get into Ukraine, because we are not speaking about like space technology and space development technologies, but still it will be quite simpler technologies. But we see quite a bright example of how the city authorities are trying to change the situation with the employment in their city. And another question is, are you planning to open several industrial parks, or are you planning to focus on one industrial park? Because even 5,000 jobs, even though it's created very quickly, it does not cover the full employment demand. You will not return the migrants, the labor migrants, because for that you need to create actually 50,000 jobs. I speak about land plots. I understand that the problem is not only of Khmelnytsky but of other cities. We have the chance to move forward into creating other parks. Of course, this park is now a priority because a lot of money needs to be invested in it, but also we are planning on the development of other industrial parks of various formats. And now our next question, once again, is to Mr. Kiselevsky. Of course, we do know that it is planned that by the new year, at least the information was given like that in open sources, that the draft laws 5688 and 5689 are going to be adopted. Tell us about these draft laws. Speak about their history. I will tell you that it's already the third attempt to pass these laws. What are the chances? Because we are all now nervous and tense and waiting for these draft laws to be passed, and what may be some other stimuli being planned for reliving and reviving the industrial parks which are not functioning, because no matter where we go, we have 50 industrial parks and they are not working properly. So we have industrial parks, but there is no work. So could you please tell us what else apart from these two draft laws are planned by the legislators? So what good or bad things should we be waiting for?
Well, let me tell about those things. that the last convocation of Verkhovna Rada, they have been working on this tax and financial stimuli, and even this convocation we have been registering the drafts of the project, but not at the end of the previous, not at the beginning of this convocation. We have we have been stopped because of the tax administration. They have been seeing the industrial pacts as a possibility that people would use the situation in the wrong way, but somehow we succeeded to come to a compromise and to think about those difficulties that would prevent from using of industrial parks from malfunctions. So those legal drafts of the laws that are going to be passed, that have been worked out with the help of several specialists, and we hope that within the tax committee it will be easier to discuss them, that somehow the way to pass them will be easier than with those previous. We hope, and we have been working to pass these laws by the end of the year, because if we don't pass them by the end of the year, but if we do them in January, then they will be valid the next year, because we will not be able to change the budget and the tax and the taxes to which municipality, either or to the state, that they are going to be paid. What is important things that we foresee, that is that the participants will be freed from the import VAT, from the tax for the equipment, and the possibility for the municipalities and regional authorities to take together these taxes. As for those equipment that will be imported, the companies will only be able to work on it. They will not be able to lease it to sell it. With all the profits that should be that will be obtained, they should be either reinvested, or they shouldn't be distributed as dividends. If you need to pay the dividends, you need to return the stimulus that you have taken from the state. When we adopt those two drafts plus the laws that have been already adopted, what will we have as a result? We'll have a land parcel for industrial use, so industrial premises, that somehow for the cost of the municipality, of the region, or the state, there were supplied the engineering networks. So somehow not tomorrow, but in the future, the investor will be able to get the funds being freed of the future taxes, and the future participant will be freed from the VAT import and from the tax from the equipment. And it seems to me that it's quite a good proposal that want to start to launch the production. And if you mention that it's good for small and middle business, big business, great business, somehow they will not go to industrial parks. They will use the mechanism of investment nannies or facilitators. It's very difficult to imagine that somehow somebody will be building their processing facilities far from their raw materials and production. So it's more for small and middle enterprises. There are some more numbers to add that maybe not were mentioned. As industrial management company calculated, $1 invested by the state will result in $6-7 of investments from the local or foreign investors. So it's something that the state should think about. And as for the municipalities, I was very happy to hear the position of Khmelnytsky. I think that industrial parks, that they can be good stimulus and good drivers for the communities in order to attract to attract investors, to have the new working places, and that will fill the budget with the taxes. So actually that can result in 50%. Well, taking about the area multiplied by 50 new working places multiplying by average monthly salary, and that is what is the pension fund and what is the tax that the municipality will have invested in their city budgets. That's somehow what should be taken into account by the mayor of the municipality that is building or investing in the industrial park, and that is a tool that we are going to give to the municipalities, to the amalgamated communities, that how they can increase their profits. Well, I think that next year or in a year, the Nilhut that have been fighting against the industrial parks, and I believe that in a year or two that he will be actually the best one in supporting this industrial parks, because it's actually the territories with a special financial mode that and if we talk about Vietnam or Korea, half of their profits they get in such industrial parks, because it's practically the best areas where the one can control the company. The Ukrainian businesses they talked about good possibilities for helping and getting support from the company, and there was a businessman from Romania that mentioned that please just don't mess with us, please leave us alone, and we as business will succeed ourselves. And as for me, talking about investors, it's 500,000 working places and lots of land, multiplied by 3 or 5 depending on the sector. There will be actually 2 or 3 million of working places that we here in Ukraine need in order to return our people working abroad, they would come to Ukraine. So do you think that the fiscal authorities change their position? Well, if talking about the legislators specializing in fiscal laws, well, we have been drafting these laws together with them, and we have this special work group, and that's how we worked out the special mechanism in order to restrict just the fake industrial park, and that's how we want to control the stimulus that the country is going to invest, that this system will be protected from malfunction. And if our calculations are right, and if Ukrainian municipalities will be able to use this stimulus as the legislators offer them, we hope that the tax authority, fiscal authority will change their mind, and the life will show, the future will see the show. The next question I would like to address to Svetlana Yarova. Your center, I wanted to name it agency, but then remembered Dnipropetrovsk Agency for Development. You mentioned that your center has been quite efficient, but well, you didn't reveal all your secrets, whether you fooled your investors or bring them bouquets of flowers. So how does it appear here in Vinnytsia? How you knock to the mayor or to the governor? Well, what we need, what we lack, so that such agencies, centers as yours would be functioning successfully. And as the speakers from here represented at the panel, that the city of Vinnytsia, they would suggest it's a private company, private management company, and you're a municipal company involved in management, and sometimes like you mentioned that you as a municipal company has been live in taking care of investors. What is lacking in order to be successful to reach the aims, to reach the goals? It's quite high scale tasks that have been sent.
It's a very maybe somehow negative atmosphere has been created about industrial parks. Actually, industrial parks, they work. 50 industrial parks that not one is working. We have 3 industrial parks and all of them are working. Vision starting from 2012 using the law that used to be without having those super assets and super bonuses. We've already attracted 5 real companies. One plant has been working for 2 years. The second plant actually started the construction in May 2021, and 3 more companies already have in the. You have to go to Khmelnytsky. You have the wonderful conditions. The renting is 0 and only 50 million. And it's better. We have better conditions in Venice. So we have 90 hectares like in Khmelnytsky, but we already have a functioning industrial park with the networks. We are planning to attract actually first the networks and then attract the investors. So far we've spent 80 and we are planning to make 160 to make everything perfect, and we already have actually to move step by step, not to understand that you're going to invest 350 million in that plot and then start looking for the investor. It's a process. It's a very joint and common process. You can't say that they're like lines. Whether the Municipal Center for Innovation is working, so maybe let's have a look. Maybe a click, or where is it? I would make a very briefly make a presentation of our work. I would like to say it's actually joint work. Yes, actually, do you want to say that? Well, actually, if we speak about movement, yes, it really does move actually in parallel, so we can't say that we are waiting for a long period of time. Of course, if we would be waiting, we wouldn't be actually now selecting a managerial company. Of course, we do move in the direction. Actually, I'm joking. I do everything correctly. I'm actually joking. I'm actually telling you the real story that is out next to us, and you can take an example from us. And actually, we really add a bit more positive part into the story about the industrial parks. I'd actually read in Kiselevsky in Ukraine, out of 51 industrial parks, functioned, only 8 are with the attracted investors. So with our Ukraine, there are 8. That means that we have only 5 industrial parks left. For the rest, it's just it's a rhetoric question, yes, but whatever. So I had actually no chance to present to your parks, so you don't answer the questions. So you move to the questions to the people's deputy and deputy mayor. So actually what lacks? If everything is great, then we are going to recommend and the legislators to write down that only municipal owned enterprises should be actually managerial companies for managing the industrial parks. For me, it was very difficult, the procedural part, because pencils I should buy through tender. I had a problem with attraction of high-quality staff for 10,000 hryvnias. It was very hard to find a person who speaks 2 languages, or the person who has an experience of working in an agency and so on and so forth. So it was very hard to buy high-quality professionals with the salary that I was offered. Actually, it was difficult for me. So you have no problem. Of course, we do have these problems, but what can we change by if we share by complaining and saying yes, it's wrong? The Verkhovna Rada actually works faster than we expected, and we are very grateful for them, and we work with them. What I would like to show the example of our work, having what conditions that we have. It's not easy to work as a communal enterprise. Maybe even the privately owned enterprise also have to actually pass all the 7 circles of bureaucratic hell to register and get into the documentation with the detailed planning of the territory. There is a whole range and list of questions which slow down the quick and rapid pace of development of industrial parks in Ukraine. But these issues can and be dealt with. And having those conditions that we have in Ukraine during the last 10 years, Vinnytsia attracted powerful investors. It created 3 industrial parks. It's really sort of somehow resembles the presentation of the governor. Actually, I didn't have this. That was the presentation of the mayor, okay, and actually jointly together with the then head of the regional state administration, as I've mentioned already. So we don't have any magic tool. There is a complex work and professionalism of many people, of national agencies and people's deputies and the cabinet of ministers, and only together we may do such attractions and make such an accompaniment in support of the investor. Do we still have the picture? All in all, the company of the UBC is already working. Every fridge that you can see in a shop, so that you can see in a supermarket, 80% of them are made on this green coal production in Vinnytsia. The head company started its construction on the 19th of May, and altogether they're planning to build 3 plants. They're going to make a unique mechanism. It's not even a mechanism. They're going to create on the first plant the equipment for winter sports. It's the skis, head boots. It will be some innovative boot. It will be with a special gel filling that would fully anatomically adapt to the form and the shape of the foot, which will decrease the traumatic effect. And so this actually, the NES group is this unique project of the distribution plant, which would allow to connect to the network, actually, without the payment for the connection. And actually, the agri-oil, it's a processing plant. They produce lecithin and high quality lecithin, which has now been produced in India. And in order to decrease the logistic line, they would like to place the production in Vinnytsia, and they've already started it and the works. And the TCS company, they make plastic blocks for the monolith concrete constructions, and they are planning to save the countries of Africa with their products, because these constructions are very popular there. And using these benefits that we've had, and we thank that legislation for what they've done, and we thank these lawmakers that they will create even better conditions. But I cannot say what is better, the commercial or the privately owned or communal enterprise is better. So actually, staff and the people, they mostly determine how effective the company is. So yes, so really the people.
Well, even the walls help you at our stadium, that you are on your field, that helps you win. Now we are talking from one side about practical things. On the other hand, I see that the deputies, the people deputies, they understand the fundamental strategy of development of industrial parks in Ukraine, and those 10,000 hectares somehow that we named in our research paper. And now they seem to have the mass, to have the form, some concreteness. Somehow we see them as a tool to fill our budget, to create new working places. And for Ukraine, that's the optimum option. That if we talk about the strategy of creating industrial parks in Ukraine, Mr. Mikola, will your strategy change related to business, as to business? Because I wouldn't want that the industrial parks would be transformed into a panacea, into a medical agency that we would hope for, that we would be talking over, then we'll forget, and then somehow in some years we'll say, oh yeah, we have been talking about it, we have been investing in infrastructure and they are not working. Well, how you change and how it happens, how your relations with business people change, how they are transformed, because somehow we offer them a set of services so that they would be feeling comfortable when they come, for example, to Vinnytsia, when they approach the city of Vinnytsia. And those who are out of investment parks, they do exist, and they are 90%, and they have been working, and we draw our attention to those 10% that we hope that they will enter the industrial parks. Oh, actually, if we talk about the city of Khmelnytsky in particular and the industrial park, at the moment, well, everybody is quite cautious if we talk about businesses. Not skeptical, but cautious. There is no special optimism about the parks and the legislation, and actually somehow the law that has been adopted, that somehow it was a concrete step from the legislator, and it helped, it empowered, it gave a hope to the businesses. But for so many years that we have been waiting, that somehow we went into standby mode, and the business not skeptical, but was very cautious about entering industrial parks, about change of our policy, about our strategy. Yes, we do change, and we change the strategy. Now it has been written to 2025, and considering the state we have now and the milestone that we are in, that we will be writing a very understandable strategy for the years 2025-2030, and also talking about Khmelnytsky. Why I mentioned cautious, because we got about 20 signals from existing businesses in Khmelnytsky that they are ready to relocate to industrial parks, and they are quite cautious. But we have a necessity to relocate several production facilities from one part of the Khmelnytsky. There are several production facilities just in the center of the city of Khmelnytsky, and it would be quite favorable somehow when creating this industrial park. We create some favorable creations, and somehow that creates an option, that forms an option for those production facilities that are located in the centers to move. Well, we have less than 10 minutes left. Let me thank to our speakers for the previous questions, and one more question to all of them. Of course, we would like to talk about more distant long-term perspectives, but what each of you think, what do you forecast in 5 or 10 years of development of industrial parks? Maybe everything will be so brilliant as in Southern Korea or Vietnam, or maybe just it will be so sad as it happened with special economic zones. What will happen with your cities? Okay, so let's talk not about Ukraine in general, maybe about Dmitry Davidovich, but let us express a few words about the visions that you see for your cities. Well, talking shortly, we believe in perspectives. That is why we move in this way. It's quite good perspectives. We have good focus, but it's sadder if we see how the city budget is formed for each year. That is why even with all the optimism we have about the industrial parks, but still lots of investments should be done. And we see that every year the budget is restricted with different things, different issues like education and some kind of stimulus, transportation, and all these things. They take the funds from the budget and the funds that might be allocated for the industrial bank. For the industrial banks, and the budget is being cut because of legislative initiatives that would be somehow dictated from above. That is why, from the point of view industrial parks, we are quite optimistic about its development, but we need it's more than 300 million hryvnias that we need to invest it. So it depends on the dynamics of the state of the city budget that is going to invest it, and also we hope for the future, and we hope for the future support from the state, which will trigger the process. And Svetlana? I can't but agree. As the head of the budget commission, I really feel this pain every year, and for the last 6 years I have been feeling the same pain, because the budget for the development has been decreasing each year. It is being cut and cut. Oh, practically we started from the optimistic things, and we finish with the sad reality. But within the 3 minutes that I would like to share the best practices, how we can use the industrial premises that will be left after the production facilities will be relocated to industrial parks. And I have here the second presentation, if I'm allowed. Well, one more minute. Well, we have the same situation. We have lots of brownfields within the center of the cities. One of them is the jewelry giant of the Soviet Union, but it was in the past. Nowadays, the facilities that belonged to the jewelry plant, well, somehow in some premises there are still the jewelry production plant. Some premises were given to the to the university, Donetsk National University, that relocated from Donetsk. But well, some facilities that we allocated for the industrial park. How you are going to register? Well. We will not be registering as industrial park. We planned how to make a business incubator, how to train children. When your son or daughter can come with the idea that they noted on a piece of paper, just on the napkin, and somehow but talking about registering, if there are 10 hectares and for the last 5 years they have not been used, those premises, we can register those brownfields within the city as industrial parks. And if it is going to be some kind of training center and you are going to export the microscopes, then you'd better to register. Well, we have here 3 floors, and I don't know whether the legislator will allow us to register it, but somehow we can use these premises for such training hubs. And I would like to add, so in 5 years, but still I would like to let me prove what is my vision, what it will happen in 5 years. It's a complex work of industrial works and businesses that have been functioning outside of industrial parks and technological parks, because big businesses that will be located in industrial parks, they can use the services of those joint ventures located in technological parks, and those technological parks, they can grow those unicorns, those unicorn companies that will register their businesses in Ukraine, that will develop in Ukraine, that will get investment in Ukraine, and will develop up to big companies and sell all over the world, start working in Ukraine, pay taxes to Ukraine, and sell globally. Thank you.
Okay, Dmitro, are you still with us online? Unfortunately, we don't already have connection with Dmitro Koselevsky, so then I will now take on the role of Samanya. First of all, I would like to thank UkraineInvest for a very dynamic forum, and really, as already presented the third forum conduct, and if you plan to conduct any further ones, I think it would be interesting to really make, maybe on special regimes, to make a scientific practical forum, because really what I can see at least 3 recommendations. First of all, it's regarding Khmelnytsky, so you shouldn't use 300 million hryvnias. I don't say about whether you have the money in the budget or you don't have the money in the budget. The practice is like that. So if you actually put up at least 10% of the industrial parts, then on conditions of public-private partnership, your company should attract a private company, and believe me that they will find that. And also there are certain issues that need to be like legislators have already switched off and actually logged out, but we still need to actually deal with it. As for Svetlana, really you should discuss of how bonuses can be received by the cluster, where you had an R&D center which cooperates with the productions, with the industries, and the third part is actually on where the products are being actually directed at and aimed at and exported. So this Law 4416, which are now being welcomed so happily in its first edition, which was changed, so the support of export has been completely removed from it, and this once again it's another step for a legislator to actually make on the basis of the industrial parks in order to simplify the system of attraction of the investors, especially international investors, as the stimulation of export, like for example tax-free or VAT-free delivery of raw materials, and actually some special maybe like customs area and so on and so forth. So these are the few recommendations that arise in order to improve the work in the field of the industrial parks. And on my behalf, there is a connection with Kiselevsky. Dmitry Davidovich actually was planning to draw conclusions instead of you, but actually your word is what will happen in 10 years in the field of the development of industrial parks in Ukraine. Thank you, well, actually, you started speaking so nicely about what I was planning to speak about. Well, actually, so first of all, what is most primary? When we take these two tax and customs laws, we have a homework set for us. We need to deal with the possibility creating industrial parks on the territory of state and prices like the space, dealing in the space industry and the defense industry, because they have the specific form of actual land management. According to the current system, they are not able to create industrial parks on their territories, even though they have the possibility and desire to do that. So we are going to deal with those issues later. Then if we speak about the horizon, the 5-year horizon, I believe that the municipalities, with the help of the industrial park, become the players in attraction of investment. So they will become really real rights and powers, and how we'll be able to use these powers, whether these powers are enough or not. I believe that the heads of large cities and actually heads of capable communities will be able and successful in attracting investments, because it's their money and which they always lack, as we've heard now. And secondly, I believe that industrial parks is not the only initiative that is useful for the development of the industry. There are also other initiatives, the main feature of which is supposed to be that they create new markets. So, for example, I speak about localization, and this is the requirement of public procurements and the local condition. The organization creates a new market, and now the state can, for example, purchase a Belarusian train and a French locomotive, and this is wrong, and we have to fight it, so that when the state actually deals with it. So, for example, the people who build the construction and builds the capacities here will have additional access to this market. And the third thing that you've already said is the development of industrial. So all the Asian targets, first they created conditions for being able to development of the production inside, and then they forced these companies to export. They called it export discipline. They get bonuses in exchange for the export. If you do not export, you do not get any additional stimulants. So there should be additional stimuli for the export and other vectors of the industrial development and active role of municipalities. These are the three vectors of how the situation is going to develop with the industrial parks and with the industrial development in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you to the patient audience offline, the audience who stayed with us online, and I thank UkraineInvest and And I thank Svetlana and Nicola for very in-depth and active and dynamic discussions. I believe that we speak about impartiality of both you and our audience to this topic. Thank you. Thank you to our partners. I'll remind you that UkraineInvest Talks is organized by the Governmental Office on Attraction and Support of Investments together with the Vinnytsia Regional State Administrators. They organize Thank and Stella system and the Ready system. The separate thanks to the information partners, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, the German Ukrainian trade. The Foundation of Business Ukraine. We thank all of you for the stamina, for the interest in our event. We wish you all good health and success in your economic activities. Thank you.
Close your eyes. Imagine the infinite flight over plains and rivers. Imagine a space that might be yours. Feel weightlessness. Feel the energy. Be yourself. Learn about antiquities. Walk through history. Go back in time into the depths of your memory. Take part in a magic show. Stay all by yourself, away from the bustle. Wonder. Learn. Try new flavors. Take pictures. Capture emotions. Dive. Fly. Go beyond. relax and enjoy. See the sunrise and the sunset. Now open your eyes. You're already here and you love it. Vinnytsia Region. You'll love it.
There are places where the air is filled with success. Here I felt that investment was welcome. There are places where everyone who works hard and has a great goal succeeds sooner or later. Vioil, Varlam Ukraine, UkraineInvest, Nemirov, Alta Profile, Plasmatech. This list is very long, and all these companies are leaders in their markets. All of them have their production facilities in the Vinnytsia region. This land in the very heart of Ukraine is their cradle and their springboard for success. So why is this region successful? Vinnytsia stands in the center of Ukraine and Eastern Europe, at the intersection of important transit routes and the middle of a large consumer market. Convenient logistics and abounding workforce have played an important role in their development, but not the key one. Besides traditional thermal power plants, the region has 20 small hydropower stations, and another 11 are expected to start running in 3 years. The Vinnytsia region has the most solar power plants in Ukraine. They account for a quarter of the country's solar power generation. Large amounts of power also come from 33 biofuel power plants. Mironivsky Hliboprodukt bread production is about to launch another biogas power facility with a generating capacity of 25 megawatts. Local companies owe a lot to diversified energy sources. But not only to them. The region's real treasure is its highly fertile black soil that generously yields rich harvests of sugar beet, grain, potatoes, and sunflower seed. And there are successful producers of construction materials and equipment, pipes, and welding electrodes. They do not depend on soil fertility. They rely on more important factors of success. Making our decisions, in the first place, we considered workforce availability. At the dawn of the 20th century, the Vinnytsia region was known across Europe as a major producer of sugar. After World War II, machine building, metalworking, and chemical plants were built here. Industrial traditions are handed down from generation to generation. A few weeks ago, my workers and I visited one of the plants of our industrial group in Portugal. I was proud to have such workers. They talked on par with the Portuguese and Italian personnel and even gave them advice. My workers are excellent. The valuable workforce has enabled the local companies to implement their ambitious strategies. But there is one more important factor. It is concerted efforts that produce impressive results. The Vinnytsia Business Club unites the managers of the region's most powerful enterprises. We have a powerful organization that can lobby for our businesses at all levels of authority. For instance, when there was disagreement with controlling agencies, their representatives and members of the club got together and found solutions to this or that issue. There are lots of such examples. Our businesses used to be like in a box, separated from authorities and tax agencies. Now the box is open and we are beginning to talk with each other. It's very important. No business can develop stably where investment capital is unprotected. I can say that no one has stood in the way of my business, and I give credit to the regional authorities for that. I think they've set a good example to their successors. Continuity in the succession of authority is very important. We have just given the green light to a 30 million euro investment project. It will be completed by the end of this year. It's an example of a positive and correct attitude to investors. The most important of all is for authorities to realize that business works to make the people's lives better. Advantageous location, energy security, powerful agribusinesses, high-quality workforce, consolidated businessmen, liberal authorities. There is a feeling of freedom in this land of free winds.